good? Okay. Call the meeting to order. We got a lot of items on our agenda tonight, so we will do our best to work through them as quickly and efficiently as we can. First item is roll call and disclosure of conflict of interest.
Stuart Ward.
Present, and I need to recuse myself from agenda item 11 and agenda item 12, the two business items.
Edward Orr.
Here, nothing to disclose.
Chad Selenite.
Present, and agenda number 5 and number 6, although it was not a specific site visit, I'm familiar with the property. I drive by there almost every day. No other conflicts.
Crystal Matson.
Present, no conflict.
And Molly Dimmick.
Hearing no conflicts.
Okay, perfect. We have a quorum. Next item is agenda clarification and approval.
Kristen Borkman, Assistant Planning Director. I don't have any clarifications or changes that need to be made to the agenda tonight.
Okay,
Move to approve the agenda as written.
all right,
Second that.
motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It doesn't work.
Got more.
There it goes.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Next item, we need to vote for a new chair and vice chair. Any volunteers or nominations?
Nominate Stuart Ward as the chair.
Why'd I even ask?
You asked.
I know. Okay,
You nominate Ed as vice chair.
well, there we go. Nothing changes.
We have seconds on those
We got
nominations.
seconds on both of them? Okay. Do we need to vote separately?
Just
It doesn't matter.
acclamation.
Okay, but we don't need to do each position separately.
No, where you seconded them together.
Okay. All right. So, motion for myself to be chair and Ed to be vice chair. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Next.
One more year. One more year. Okay. Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. We got 3 meeting minutes to approve. August 21st of 24, September 18th, and October 16th of 24. Do we have any
I went through
comments?
August and September and didn't see anything that was out of line on those two. And the 16th I was not here.
That's the same with me. And I went through those. I wasn't present on the October 16th one.
But I didn't see anything that was glaring or stood out that needed correction.
I didn't see anything on any of them either. So,
I move then that we approve the minutes as written on A, B, and C.
okay. Motion and a second to approve all 3 meeting minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Okay. Man, 5 minutes in, we got 3 items down. Okay, now we'll move on to the public hearing items. Before we open the public hearing, let me read this. Procedures for the public hearing. This is a scheduled meeting of the Bannock County Planning and Development Council. The Planning Council serves in both a decision-making capacity and an advisory capacity to the Board of County Commissioners. Any decisions made by the Planning Council this evening may be appealed to the County Commissioners within 10 days of the decision. Please contact the Planning and Development staff prior to the 10-day deadline for filing an appeal. The hearing procedures will proceed as follows. First, the presentation will be made by the applicant with a time limit of 6 minutes. The staff report will be presented by staff with no time limit. Then we will open it for public testimony, which is given in favor, neutral, and then against the proposal. The time limit for that is 3 minutes. 3 minutes per person, sorry. The applicant then may rebut the arguments offered by the opposition. The Planning and Development Council will then discuss the hearing subject and may direct questions to the staff, the applicant, and the audience during this stage of the hearing process. The hearing is then closed to oral testimony from the applicant and the audience. And the process is concluded and deliberations will begin. This hearing is for public comment. It is not a question and answer session. Everyone shall exhibit respectful behavior. There shall be no booing, hissing, or cheering. Anyone deemed unruly will be escorted out of the building. A sign-up sheet must be filled out to give oral testimony. Only one person may speak at a time and must be recognized by the chairman before speaking. Time cannot be gifted to another person, and you will be given a time limit of 3 minutes. Oh, I already mentioned that. Before you begin your comments, state your name and address for the record. If you are here tonight and you're angry, that's okay, but please don't take your anger out on the council members. We are charged by law to keep a clear record of the proceedings, consider the factual testimony, and to uphold county and state rules and regulations. Thank you for your courtesy to us and others as we move through this process. Is there anybody that does not understand the procedures? Everybody's good. Okay. All right. Item number 1 is, public hearing item number 1, agenda item number 4.
Agenda items?
We do, sorry. We need to motion to open the public hearing.
I'll submit a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now we'll go to agenda item number 4. Subdivision concept plan for Peppergrass Point subdivision. Pursuant to section 302 of the Bannock County subdivision ordinance, Jose Nava proposes a lot combination to an existing platted subdivision to adjust approximately 3.32 acres, 2.77 acres, and 5.66 acres into 4.71 acre and 7.05 acre lots. I don't think we need to read the parcel numbers. It's lot 17 and 18, block 1 of Wild Horse subdivision phase 4. The developer has proposed individual septic systems and existing shared wells, and this will be a decision tonight. So, applicant, do you want to keep tight for me?
Yep.
Please.
Jose Nava, 1290 Mountain West Drive. Owners of lots 17, 18, and 19 of Wild Horse Ridge subdivision phase 4 requests an amendment to the said subdivision. Owners propose a division of lot 18 into the existing Wild Horse subdivision into 2 equal acreage parcels, from which the north half will be combined with the northerly adjoining parcel, and the south half will be combined with the southerly lot.
Can you push that there?
Which is lot 17 on Wild Horse Ridge. The division in combination will produce 2 larger area parcels as shown on the concept plan for Peppergrass Point instead of the existing 3 lots. Existing access for the current lots is off Peppergrass. Current easements join the north and south lines of lot 18 of Wild Horse are proposed to be vacated and relocated to join the common lot line between lots 1 and 2 as shown on that Peppergrass concept. Current agency comments reflect no concerns with the proposal relocation. I have had no comments from Intermountain Gas, Idle Power, or Cable on the matter. All remaining easements shall remain as per the current Wild Horse Ridge subdivision plat. The proposed lots will continue to have, currently have and will continue to have water access from private water system. Lot 2 utilizes that well number 9, and lot 1 will continue to utilize that well number 10. The lots have existing structures, driveways, septics, drain field systems. There's an approximate seasonal drainage area, ravine runs along that, can't really see it on that concept. Oh yeah, there it is. There is kind of a drainage area that runs along that lot 2. And also a recreational easement that exists on that south, between that southerly line of that lot 2. The current CCNRs state that the lot owners are restricted from division of existing platted lots. But the purpose of this is not to create any further lots, but to create 2 larger lots out of the existing 3.
Okay. You guys have any questions for the applicant?
No questions for me. Pretty cut and dry on, I thought.
I don't think I have any questions for you either. Thanks, Jose.
My question will be to the staff.
Yeah. Okay. Staff.
Elise Foster, subdivision planner. You've had the staff report before you on this division. They are proposing to decrease the number of lots. We have put 4 proposed conditions on there. After further research on number 1, I would also recommend adding at the end of that sentence per Idaho Code 50-1306A, which that section addresses how to properly vacate an easement.
One more time.
50-1306A. Other than that, does council have any questions?
There's a question I've had when we've done something similar in the past. We did bring up a CCNR. Is the deed restriction for those lots, is it deed restricted or?
CCNRs are not within the deeds.
It's not within the deed, I understand that, but there's no deed restriction that says that these can't be split and added to other lots, right?
Not that I saw,
Okay.
and the CCNRs are civil, so
Sure.
ordinance has no, jurisdiction over CCNRs.
Okay.
Is that all you had?
That's all I have.
Okay. I have a question on the recommended conditions. Number 1 and number 4 are basically the same thing.
Number 4 is, or sorry, number 4 you said, I read that wrong. You're right, they are.
Okay. And then, just for clarification, if they get written approval from the utility companies to vacate those easements, some of those existing easements, those easements would not be depicted as condition number 2 states, because they would be vacated.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
So how would you want to word that then?
So you could reword it on preliminary plat, and
Okay.
then that would remove final plat.
Yeah.
So that would strike number 3.
Number 1 and number 4 are the same.
And
then
then
number-
strike 4.
Number 2 would just be reworded because it says depict current and proposed easements. But if the current easement is vacated as part of number 1,
Okay.
because it says on all subsequent plats,
Okay.
we can just change it to on preliminary plat. Okay. I think that's all I had for staff. Just wanted to make sure I was clear on, mostly clear on number 1 and number 4. They read the same to me, so. Okay, any other questions for staff? No, everybody's good? Okay. Do we have anybody signed up for, or do you have any papers right
I
now?
don't have any
Okay.
papers for this item.
Okay. Is there anybody here that wants to speak in favor of this proposal? Nobody. Neutral? Against? We're gonna go fast if this keeps up. Okay. Okay, so no public comment. Anything else you need or want to add, Jose?
I just wanted to add that there's no, according to the owners, there's no current utilities along those easements. And, yeah, that's about how I plan.
So it would just be a matter of a letter that just states that there is no utilities.
Well, it's just a matter of a letter from the utility
From the
companies
utility
that will
companies.
Yep.
vacate those.
Exactly.
So,
Jose, can I clarify for the record on one thing?
Yeah.
You stated that they'd be equal size lot, but that shows one of them's 4.71. Are they both going to be closer to 5 acres? Or
No,
7 acres, sorry.
the split on that middle, lot, I just split that middle lot in half, basically, and the north half of that lot goes to the,
Yeah, so
you know what I'm saying?
what's that original lot number?
So that original lot,
Was 18?
18,
That one was
that
split in
one's
equal
split
parts.
equally. So,
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Any other discussion? Or you guys wanna work through
Findings.
findings? If I can find them. Find my findings. Page 108. Okay, we'll work through the findings. Are you typing
You say
for
it's
us?
108?
Page 108 of 403.
Okay.
Okay. Number 1, the proposed tentative plan is in conformance with Bannock County Comprehensive Plan, is in conformance with applicable provisions of this ordinance, other county ordinances, and Idaho code. I made some notes on that.
Hard one to explain.
Could this be based on the fact that we are decreasing the number of lots within the subdivision?
Increasing lot size or something.
Yeah, that one could also go to number 5 too.
Okay.
But I think, policy 1.1.2 states ensure that new development meets and or implements applicable adopted county standards, policies, master plans, and regional plans.
Which the plat is showing that it's conforming to that.
Yeah,
Can we just put that, the plat shows it conforms with 1.1.2?
policy 1.1.2.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
And.
Simple.
Here's
Okay.
another one.
Lot sizes conform to ordinance standards.
Yeah, I was trying to find that.
This one, 288-1.
That's the zoning
Yeah.
ordinance. So, yeah.
330, section 330.
Yep. Lot size are in conformance with section 330 of the Bannock County.
Might go good on number 6 for that, the lot sizes.
Say that again.
For lot sizes, it might fit.
You wanna
number
save
6.
that for another one?
Yeah.
So we can put it on both.
Duplicate.
We can put it on
Yeah.
both. So, okay. Anything else to add to that one? Okay. Number 2, the proposed roads and bridges are designed and constructed according to section 402 of the subdivision ordinance. A design deviation was not requested and was not granted to equal or exceed these standards.
There's no changes being made to roads.
Yeah, to
Road and
existing
bridge.
roads and
Road and
access.
bridge.
Yeah. And then number 3, the proposed partitioning of land does not prohibit the extension of dedicated streets or roads.
We are not changing anything
Now,
on
number
streets or
2,
roads.
again, yeah.
Yeah. Lots are already located on a dead-end street. Number 4, tell me if I go too fast. The proposed partitioning will not conflict with legally established easements or access within or adjacent to the proposed land partition.
Could we put on there's currently no known easements?
Well, there are easements, but the current easements are proposed to be vacated.
Okay, so we can put that as the statement then. The current easements are proposed to be vacated. And we can reflect that in conditions, correct?
Correct.
But would that be the proposed partitioning will conflict with legal established easements, because they're gonna be vacated, so.
But it will not
They
once it's
will
done.
not, based on your condition.
That's right.
Gotcha.
Right,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. And, let's see, legally established access, easements or access within or adjacent to. Yeah, and access is already established off, what's that street called? Peppergrass Point. Number 5, blocks of lots are located and laid out properly to properly relate to the adjoining or nearby lot or parcel lines, utility streets, or other existing or planned facilities.
As shown on the plat. And in accordance with 1.1.2. Correct?
1.1.2.
We referenced on the first one.
Yep.
Did you hear me on that okay?
Number 6, sorry, I lost one. Yeah. The proposed property is physically suitable for the type and proposed density of development and does conform to existing zone standards. It can, it's similar to what we said on number 1 too.
Yeah, it was kind of a
That's right.
repeat.
Let's repeat it.
Will you reread number 1?
Lot sizes are in conformance with section 340 of the zoning ordinance. The other portion is policy 1.1.2 states that developments meet adopted plans. The current proposal adheres to this policy.
Will you copy the first part of that to number 6? Okay. Anything else to add on any of the findings?
There's no
Everybody's good?
conditions.
For me.
Okay. Conditions.
So I'm gonna just, can you cut and paste those conditions?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so just cut and paste 1 through 3 and then we'll change number 2.
And we're gonna add to number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us when you're ready.
So you'll have number 1, at submittal of preliminary plat, provide written approval from all utility companies for the removal or adjustment of existing utility easements. Number 2, depict all current and proposed easements and rights-of-way located within the subdivision on all subsequent plats, including measurements and instrument numbers when available. Number 3, at final plat, developer to provide documentation that power has been extended to the corner of each lot.
Okay. So number 1, what are we adding to that one?
We're gonna add at the end of that, per Idaho Code 50-1306A. Did I write that down right? Okay.
Yep, that's what you said. Number 2, when you're ready,
Yep.
we're deleting on all subsequent plats and we're putting on preliminary plat.
Okay.
And I don't think we were changing 3, correct?
I think 3 was gonna stay the same.
Okay. Alright,
So, yeah, okay, never mind.
are we ready for a motion?
Well, I just wanna make sure it's clear that even though number 2, we're saying on preliminary plat, that doesn't mean that easements are not to be shown on the final plat.
So we want to put preliminary
Easements-
and final plat?
Well, current easements need to be shown on the preliminary plat. Proposed easements need to be shown on the final plat. Essentially is what we need to
That's
do.
why we have a guy that knows surveying.
So,
I believe the ordinance does
But-
dictate that, and
Yeah,
if it doesn't,
and
we
that's
can
what-
add it to the
and that's what I
conditions and
wanted-
preliminary plat.
that's what I was just thinking,
Okay.
because I think even Idaho code says you have to do that anyway,
Correct.
so. I think we're okay there. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. That that was gonna be the case. Okay. Anything else? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion then.
Molly's gonna do that for us.
Sure. Based on the record in the discussion this evening, I move to approve the request for the Peppergrass Point subdivision concept plan as described in the application materials, as supplemented with additional information attached in the staff report and according to testimony received, and to adopt the findings as listed in order for signature by the chair or vice chair.
With the following conditions, right?
Can we say with the conditions as written?
Do you want me to read them?
Yeah, please.
At submittal of preliminary plat, provide written approval from all utility companies for the removal or adjustment of existing utility easements per Idaho Code 50-1306A. Depict all current and proposed easements and rights-of-way located within the subdivision on preliminary plat, including measurements and instrument numbers when available. At final plat, developer to provide documentation that power has been extended to the corner of each lot.
Okay. We have a motion, do we have a second?
We have a second.
We got a second?
Well,
You gotta speak louder. I'm old and partially deaf. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Molly Dimmick,
Yes.
Edward Ulrich.
Yes.
Stuart Ward,
Yes.
Chad Selenite,
Yes,
Crystal Mattson.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Perfect. Okay. Thanks. Alright, the next item is a future land use map amendment. Jerry Johnson proposes the redesignation of approximately 62.08 acres of land from agricultural to recreation on the future land use map. The subject properties are located in sections 19 and 30 of Township 9 South, Range 38 East. And this will be a recommendation to county commissioners. You keeping time for me? Applicant.
Yep.
He bought this property, I think.
Name and address first, sorry.
Oh, Jerry Johnson, 8890 East Mon Road in Lava, Hot Springs, Idaho.
Perfect, okay.
When we bought this property, I believe it was 2008, it was zoned recreational. And when my wife came in to get some building permits for a hay barn and a horse barn, they told her permits would be cheaper, taxes would be cheaper. So we changed it to agricultural, and they said we could change it back if we wanted to at a later date.
Okay.
And that's what we'd like to do.
And you're just trying to, you're wanting to change it to just conform to property that's right next door, correct?
Yeah, future land use plan, whatever. I'm not up on this stuff as much as my realtor is. I put it up for sale because I'm not physically able to farm it anymore. I've got some disabilities and I just need to sell it and make it more marketable to rezone it.
Okay.
So both 5 and 6 are the same property, you know that, right?
Yeah.
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 And so, my question, the future land use map, that's like 2040, that's supposed to be implemented, right? So, I'm just wondering why, I mean, I guess you're trying to sell the place, but it's clear to 2040, that's a long ways out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
I like I say, I'm kind of new at this and they told us we could rezone it
yeah,
fairly simply when we changed it from recreational to ag.
gotcha, okay.
And it makes it more marketable to sell.
Mm-hmm,
I say, I really need to
yeah,
sell it.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
My realtor's more up on this than me, so I'll let her.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant?
Not yet.
No? Okay.
Okay.
We'll ask you back up if we have more questions. Thank you.
Less opaque on the color.
Okay. Staff.
Anna Hughes, Bannock County zoning planner. Do you guys have any questions regarding the staff report and the future land use map amendment?
I do, on a finding, actually. Let me look at this back up here.
While you're looking that up, can I ask a question? So, just want to make sure that I'm clear on the future land use map amendment and then the zone change. In order to do the zone change I know they're two separate items, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. The future land use map needs to match the future zone, correct? That's why we're doing this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure.
I'm here to help her. This is, so several of the council members, this is your first future land use map amendment and rezone that you guys are seeing. It's also the first one she's done as a staff report, so I'm here to help answer some of those questions as well.
Okay, so if the future land use map or the flume showed this as recreational already, then we wouldn't be dealing with this
Correct, you would only
side,
be
we
doing
would
the
just doing the
zoning.
rezone. So that's why we
Yes.
have to do both of these at the same time.
Exactly.
Okay,
And my question is actually for agenda 6, it's the same land, but, so we'll, don't
Yeah,
table
so
that till we
you'll,
get
yeah,
there.
we'll listen to this one first, and then just so you know, since both of these are recommendations to commission, you're not making a decision, you're making a recommendation. Whether you choose to approve or deny the future land use map, we will still go through the rezone because they're both recommendations, so even if it's a denial on the future land use map, we would still need to go through the rezone so that when it gets to commission, if they for some reason choose to overturn what your recommendation is, both of them have been sent forward, so.
yeah. That makes sense.
I have a question. If it's to be understood that the future land use map is a guiding document only, and not absolute, can you clarify why an amendment to the comprehensive plan is needed?
Yes, so an amendment to the comprehensive plan is still needed because even though it's not actual law, it is still signed and adopted by commission. So in order to make a change, it still has to go through the public hearing process, and ultimately a decision to change it still has to be made.
Thank you.
This is the start of a rezoning because of the timing and the property. So to rezone or reclassify it as recreational, if I understand reading, that could allow up to 1 acre building lots.
Correct.
Okay, so, and I'm just familiar with this property, and the Portneuf River is right there, so my question is, with 67 acres, the house is called on 7 acres, I'm just hypothetically, he's got 60 acres, sells it to a developer, now that it's recreational, or if it becomes recreational, tries to develop 1 acre lots, IDWR comes in and says, there's no way we're letting you drill 60 wells right next to this Portneuf River. That's another, I feel like we'll be kicking the can down the road.
Right.
Yeah, but we have to keep in mind what ours isn't to determine that can that's down the road. Our determination on this is today, and does it make sense to put it back to a recreational? Because that's,
Well, not only kicking the can, is the land usable as recreational? Isn't that something we should look at, not just kicking the can?
well,
So it's based on the criteria for approval or recommendation of approval. So the easiest way to stay on task is to go based off of those. If you can answer in the affirmative every single one of those standards, then you would recommend approval. If you cannot affirmatively answer every single one of those, then you would recommend denial. So where this is more of a guiding document, an arbitrary map, we don't have a concept plan for a subdivision here that we can actually look at and say it doesn't meet ordinance requirements. We are really just looking at, does it meet the intent of the comprehensive plan that has been adopted and is in place now?
I understand, but not very efficient, but oh well.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No other questions? Okay. Is there anybody here that wants to speak in favor of this?
Yes,
Item.
we do have, well,
you do
not
have-
necessarily in favor, but we do have
You do have some signups already?
sign-up sheets.
Okay. Okay. Julie Hill in support. Okay.
Julie Hill, 10936 Westchester in Lava Hot Springs, and I am Mr. Johnson's realtor. And the reason that we are here on item agenda number 5 is, as mentioned, we have to do 5 before we can do 6, is what we were told. There is no offer on the table. We don't know what future use will be. What we do know is that recreational property is valued at a much higher rate than agricultural. And Mr. Johnson was, at the time that the change was made, was unaware of what those future impacts would be. They were going off of recommendations that were made at the time they applied for a building permit. We're just looking to do what we need to do to get the future, and in item agenda number 6, it zoned back to what it was. Oh, excuse me. Just because the land value, there is a huge difference. And there is no talk or anything on the table about a future subdivision or anything. We don't have a potential buyer right now, so that is, I think, premature to go down that route. That was something that they would have to come and do their own presentation and hearing on.
Yeah, that's what I meant by kicking it down the road.
Yeah,
We'll have to deal
yeah.
with it again.
It's crazy how it
Someone
is,
out of
but
Utah
it
is
is-
gonna buy it all up. Put
It
in
is
1
the
acre lots.
system, so Yeah,
Yeah.
any questions for me on this? Okay,
I don't think so, thank you. Okay. Anybody else in support? Okay, I got one neutral. Mark Lowe.
Mark Lowe, 9246 East Mon Road. On the property directly east of the property that's being proposed. Why I say that I am neutral on this is that we're looking at future land use map, and I agree it needs to be changed. Needs to be changed back to agriculture for future land use, rather than into rural residential. To my knowledge, and I spoke with Neil Hill, the person I bought my property from, who bought that property from Mr. J.R. Mon back in the late 1950s. That's been in agricultural the whole time. I would ask staff what specific dates that was zoned recreational, any of that was. My property was not ever zoned recreational. It's always been agricultural. And I can't believe that it was jumped over, that was zoned recreational and then withdrawn at some point without any input, public hearings, rezoning with the neighbors. So anyway, that's my piece on the future land use map. I agree it should be changed, but it should go back into agriculture. We keep pushing it further and further away. Eventually, we're gonna have no ag land left. And this just opens the door to that. Thank you.
So I have a question. Are you you're the piece that's right across from Lava West Drive? Is that correct?
My property is, sorry,
That's okay.
That one right there, that's highlighted.
That one.
comes down,
That one.
across.
Okay,
up.
that one right there.
There.
That's highlighted there. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Keep that in mind, it'll come up again in the next.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anybody else neutral? Okay, I've got 3 opposed. We'll start with these 2. Brett Casperson.
Hi, Brett Casperson, live just south of the property,
Address, please.
8893 East Mon.
Okay.
Yep, right there. First thing I would like to ask is, when was that zoned different from ag? To me, that, my understanding was that it's always been ag. And the applicant, Jerry, used to live over on Franson Road, and he had bred horses over there. And he was on a lot that was in rural residential. And he ended up selling that and buying this land because the neighbors over there was giving him hell about breeding horses. And he bought this because it was zoned ag, is what he told me. And he moved his barn over there and everything, which is fine. But now, we're sitting there and he sells it in 1 acre lots. And we're sitting over there trying to farm 1,500 acres. And we're gonna have the same trouble that he ran away from at some point, and I'm not gonna be able to run. Our farm's been in our family for over 100 years. I've had, you know, many opportunities to sell it. You know, my wife and I and our family, we want to keep it as a farm. It's, you know, and like I say, that I don't know how that changed, and I don't think it did. You know, his side, because that's my understanding. That's always been ag. Across the street, you know, Lava West, that was zoned different. But it went down and around Marks and then come back up, went over to Sunnyside. So I don't know, and I heard that was from, that story I told you, that was right from Jerry, and that's why he moved over there. Protection against people complaining about his operation, and I don't want that same problem on my operation, because we want to stay agriculture.
That's your turn now.
That's your time. Thank you. Okay. Nancy Casperson.
Nancy Casperson, I'm at 8893 East Mon Road. Brett's my husband. We do farm just about 1,200 acres right across from the Johnson farm. So we're the green strip just south. You can see the pivot area. That's part of our property. With the existing flume, I think that with the Bannock County proposals and your 2020 comprehensive plan, it talks about there will be no major impact on the traffic and on the city public services and stuff like that. I would say that is not true with what you have proposed for the 2040 plan for the flume, because those areas that you're changing to recreational, Lava already has an exorbitant amount of recreational area compared to any other small community in our county. The beauty of Lava Hot Springs is what brings tourism to our area, and by making so much residential area and overwhelmingly residential or recreational, it can destroy the very openness that brings that tourism here. So you may be destroying, you know, the cash cow for Lava Hot Springs, what brings people there, and, you know, Lava itself, the city, the hot pools is nearing capacity. It needs to grow to handle the tourism that's coming and the outside limits of the city. But if you look at the open lots that are existing in Lava, maybe not for sale, but do not have a home on them, there's tons of acres and lots available that have no home on them that are currently a noxious weed problem for Bannock County. So you're promoting a problem by taking something out of irrigated farm ground, which is against the comprehensive plan for 2040, converting something out of irrigated farmland, and by Jerry's and his realtor's own public announcement, I think it's on Zillow, I'm not sure, they advertise this ground that they want to convert from agriculture to residential or recreational. They want to convert it, but they are advertising it as irrigated farm ground that produces over 5 ton an acre. To produce over 5 ton an acre in Lava Hot Springs, you have to be a very dedicated farmer and get a really substantial crop. We crop, that's our livelihood. We do Roundup Ready hay, we irrigate it, we have a pivot, we work our butts off to get that farm ground productive. We have a hard time getting 5 ton per the acre. So if Mr. Johnson is getting 5 ton an acre, I'm saying he does a very good job with his irrigated farm ground. That is against the 2040 comprehensive plan to take out irrigated farm ground and put it into recreational. And it also would put an undue burden, the recreational lots that are already there undue burden on the city and county public services, police, fire, and that sort of thing.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much. Okay, I've got one more. Brielle Johnson for Nolan Johnson. Opposition does not wish to testify. It says staff will read the letter into the record.
Yeah. As the owner of 2 parcels of land to the north and east adjoining those owned by Jerry Johnson, which are being no relation, which are being considered for rezoning from agriculture to recreation, I wish to go on record as being against the rezone for the following reasons. A, prime agricultural land, which Jerry has characterized his land to be in his recent for sale listing, should be preserved and used for agriculture, food, and fiber, cannot be grown on concrete and asphalt. B, rezoning his 62 acres to recreational opens the door for potentially 60 to 70 high-density lots to be developed, each requiring a culinary well and a sewer system. C, I am concerned about the negative impact which that many wells will have on the aquifer to supply 60 to 70 more homes with suitable potable water without possibly depleting water supplies for existing users. D, I am also concerned about the negative impact potential of 60 to 70 new sewers polluting the groundwater. Thank you for your consideration of my input. Sincerely, Nolan Johnson, 9077 East US 30, Lava Hot Springs, 83246.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience that wants to speak in opposition? No, okay. Jerry, do you have anything to add? Anything else to rebut? Come up, state your name and address again.
Jerry Johnson, 8890 East Mon Road in Lava. I don't have a lot to say except everybody's jumping on this subdivision stuff, and I have no plans to do that with future land use. I don't. But as far as Brett saying that the reason I moved over there because I got run out of the other place, that's totally wrong. I had a neighbor over there I couldn't deal with, and you know I wanted more land. That's why I bought that. You know.
Okay. Okay, anything else you want to add?
I don't really know much about this stuff to add much.
Okay. No, you're fine. If we have more questions, we'll ask you back up. Thank you. Okay. Do you guys have any questions or comments on this?
Just, I guess amongst us, I think that it's not with the comprehensive plan. I think it should stay agricultural. It is prime farmland, irrigated prime farmland, and that's my view on it.
Well, I got a question though. This is the hearing for the future land use map.
Correct.
Okay,
So the future land use map has this area designated residential rural.
that's right. But on a rezone, there has to be the rule of adjacency.
Correct.
So currently, there is no adjacency.
There is. They are touching recreation on the east. Their parcels, those parcels are touching that
So
yellow,
this
the
is
recreation.
got up,
This is actual zoning. Green is ag, yellow is rec.
Yep.
is it rec or is it residential rural? Because
So
on this one, it's
that's-
labeled the green is residential rural.
That's the
Yeah, that's
proposed.
the zoning map. So for the future land use map, it is designated as residential rural on the future land use map. So they have to change the future land use map to recreation before they can even request the rezone
For the
to
residential.
recreation.
Okay.
At least part of it would be adjacent.
On the future use map, but currently,
It's zoned agricultural.
Yes.
Currently.
Currently, it's zoned ag touching recreational. Future land use map is designated as residential rural touching recreational.
okay.
Yeah.
Eliminating agriculture,
All right.
What's that?
and that eliminates the agriculture.
In the future
In
land,
that.
currently the future land use map does not show this property as ag, correct? Tell me if I'm wrong.
No,
That's
that's
the
correct.
way-
So the residential rural, the 2040 plan. Yeah.
Will you zoom out to show where the closest ag is on the future land use? So that green down there, that's the closest ag on the future land use map.
So even the current ag turns to residential.
Yeah, pretty much all the yellow right now currently is ag.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where the comprehensive plan has projected growth to occur in the next,
15 year,
yeah.
yeah, or so.
That's a question to staff. Can staff confirm that it's against the comprehensive plan to remove irrigated farm ground? Is that,
So, that's where you're going to deliberate on number one. Is the existing comprehensive plan in need of the proposed amendment? And then the other one is, does it meet the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan? So in the comprehensive plan, since it is a guiding document, you have goals and policies that will support ag, and you have goals and policies that will support growth and development. So that's your job as council to look at this proposal and determine, does it meet the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan to change it?
It's gonna be a hard one. Okay. Any other questions for staff or for the applicant? For the public, I guess?
I would have a question.
Sorry, I was talking to the council, if we had questions for you guys. Sorry. The public testimony side is closed, but, but I will ask you this, if you'll come up. So just so that you and everyone else in the room is on the same page, do you understand the difference between the future land use map and the current zoning map?
The future land use map is what the comprehensive plan of 2040 would like to see everything change to and what they're proposing
Correct.
change to. And I am against parts of that. I do see the need for changes in the future, but I think comprehensively what you're looking at right now, if you look at especially encompassing our property on Mon Road and what you're looking at right there, it's off of Highway 30, everything surrounding that area in that first block of yellow that's comprehensive to be changed is currently being used as agriculture land, either farming, actively farming, or grazing ground for animals. And so there's a lot of animals out there, there's a lot of farm equipment, and it's not conducive. If you look at the pink area beside that, there is a ton of recreational area in that area, and Mon Road is the main traffic area for those recreational areas. And I'm saying Mon Road cannot handle the traffic and, to do that increase of recreational area towards Lava Hot Springs, you're putting undue pressure on one community, in a small community, which brings, that's what brings the tourism to our area. And by destroying your comprehensive plan, by destroying that farm ground, we also own some farm ground near Arkansas, a big block of that, right next to the green property. We own 300 acres there. That's also getting proposed to be changed, and we farm that currently, and I would say that, that is also going to go against a lot of what, even your survey from a year ago, that you went out to the communities and you had over 1,000 responses, either email or actual in-person visits with the Downey, Lava, and Eaton surveys. If you look at those comments those people made, they talk about openness, rural community, farming, keeping agriculture Because that's one thing, this is, there's a lot of sustainable ag in that area. You need to keep that biodiversity available to the Lava Hot Springs area and not just go one-sided, or we're getting lopsided in what brings people there.
Right.
Recreation is one aspect of it, but they are looking for other aspects, and if we go too far one way, we're ruining the actual thing that brings people there.
Right. So, just so we're clear, the future land use map showing it as residential rural does not necessarily mean it for sure will change to that. It could stay zoned ag forever,
Right.
right? But there's the opportunity to change the zoning to that residential rural if somebody came in and purchased property. And it's an easier process than what we're going through tonight, obviously, because of that. But I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page, that the current zoning on this property is ag, but the future land use map, looking in the future, potentially it could be residential rural.
Right.
And what we're dealing with tonight is that the applicant wants to change it from a future of residential rural to a future of recreational. But currently the zoning is still ag with all that property.
Right.
Including your property.
But with that change, it opens the door for a lot more. Once that door is opened, it's hard to go back.
Understood, yes, understood. So, okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay. You guys want to work through these findings, or do you have any other comments or questions?
I think the only misconception, I don't know if it's a misconception or not, but what people need to realize too is the fact that even though these maps change, for example, the Caspersons, for example, even though the map changes, nothing restricts them from farming that for the next 100 years.
Right.
It might say, so if, let's say, a grandson down the road decides he wants to sell that, it makes the opportunity for him to sell it as residential, rural, or even recreation far easier. Because, I mean, and I've had people argue this with me before about, well, it changes the tax structure and everything else, and, I have land that's residential, rural, and I'm taxed agricultural because that's what I use it for.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, anyways, that's another thing. And unfortunately, being lava and the substantial increase of folks from out of state that want to be in lava, the odds are that's what the design would end up being, is more houses.
Right.
So in my profession, I do a lot of work up there. And I know this is not pertaining to this topic, it's the can down the road again. But they come in, they build houses, put them in Airbnbs, don't provide any long-term lodging for any of the residents or anything, so. Just saying.
Okay. So, Molly, Crystal, you guys have anything to add? No? Okay. Okay. I think we're ready to go through these findings. We're gonna have to work as a team to go through these ones, for sure. Okay, the first one, the existing comprehensive plan and/or any related element thereof is or is not in need of the proposed amendment.
I would say it is not in need of the proposed amendment.
Tell me why.
Because of the agricultural ground. This is prime farmland, all around there is. And yes,
But I'm disagreeing or agreeing with you, but on the devil's advocate side of this, this is prime ground to put 62 custom homes on. Now, I know that's not what anybody wants. I don't
Yeah.
hear that. But that's where she's going with this. It can be argued either way. And so I'm trying to not argue.
okay, we're not arguing, I
your
get it,
point.
that's what we're here for.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to leave that piece out for me and look at it as a different point of view, as we talked about landowner rights. And in order for a landowner to have the right to farm it, whether to develop it or whatever, part of that comprehensive plan is that people have the right to do what they want to with their land. And if Mr. Johnson wants to change the zoning to make it to where his retirement's a little bit better, we can't fault him for that, but at the same time, we know what door that opens up. But we can't make that the deciding factor for what we do for Mr. Johnson today. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And I agree with the kicking a can down the road. We're gonna see this, or the next committee's gonna see this
We're
again.
planning and development, so
Yep.
if we're not planning,
Yep,
then are we just development, or are we planning?
agreed.
That's just saying, you know?
Understood.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I think on your point, Chad, the biggest thing that we need to do is, if that's where we end up, that it doesn't need the amendment, we need to state why, per the comprehensive plan, what reason behind the why. And that's what, we need to back that up, and that's what I was asking you, like, I don't disagree with you, but what part of the comprehensive plan are we sticking to if that's where we're going?
It's to protect agricultural ground, and there's a lot of that in that. I can't recite exactly what section or whatnot, but it's all over the place, and there is
Right.
places for development and residential, rural, and stuff like that. The nature of this property, you got the Portneuf River right on the next of it, okay, it's just gonna hang things up.
It's a beautiful piece of
Yeah,
property.
but they'll never get public services from Lava City. They won't get water, they won't get sewer. They're not gonna come across Dempsey Creek, they're not gonna come and do all this there. They're on their own. That to me is planning.
But if we wanna get a little more objective, we can go to page 115 that says standards for granting an amendment to the comprehensive plan. And maybe if we go through those, that'll help us answer is or is not.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, in the staff report, you do have staff's answers to those findings. For this first finding, the comprehensive plan actually has a table, it's table 1.2, that actually tells you what the designations and just basic definitions of what each future land use should be. So in table 1.2, the comprehensive plan states that areas designated as recreation should have characteristics that promote tourist activity and conserve the county's outdoor recreational resources and environmental quality. So you could take those characteristics and say, would the change to recreation meet what's there now? Is it in need of that amendment because it is in those characteristics in table 1.2? Or is it not within those characteristics, and so it is not in need of the amendment?
So, okay, let me read that again. So, areas designated as recreational should have characteristics that promote tourist activities and conserve the county's outdoor recreational resources and environmental quality. It's a little bit subjective, but it is a very flat piece of property. Very relatively flat though.
down there, yeah.
It's not like a hillside or anything like that.
Not
It's
steep.
yeah, it's relatively
6%
flat.
grade in some spots or something, so.
Access to the Portneuf River is a pain because of the lava cliff that's right there on the
Yeah.
northeast side. So there's no recreational ability directly to the river, the way I see it. And other than that, other than the river adjacency, I don't see any other opportunity for recreational activities on that property. With today, right?
As of today.
As of today.
Obviously, Mr. Johnson has no intention of developing or anything, but that's where we deem, is it supposed to be recreational? Is it supposed to be residential rural, or is it supposed to remain as it is?
Right.
You know?
Does it have characteristics that promote tourist activities?
I don't know what they're.
I don't know what to define tourist activity.
Yeah.
And that's where I think it's
Sitting on a lawn chair, it's great, it does.
and that's where it's very
It's great, it's
subjective, right? 'Cause somebody could buy this piece of property and come in with a proposal that's like, yeah, here's our proposed tourist activities on this piece of property. Granted, we can't foresee the future, right? So we have to look at it as of today. And knowing the current use and not having another proposal in front of us doesn't meet that criteria. I would say that it does not.
Yeah.
It does not have characteristics that promote tourist activity.
No, it doesn't.
And then the second part of that is conserve the county's outdoor recreational resources and environmental quality. I mean, like I said, somebody could come in and propose a big campsite there, similar to what's on the other side of town. And is that recreational resource? Probably, but again, we don't have that proposal in front of us.
No, we don't.
And so, without having a proposal in front of us, I don't know that it meets the criteria as stated in table 1.2 to be designated as recreational.
I agree.
I don't know if that's technically, like, I don't know if that can be a condition that it had to have a proposal, but with the information that we have, it does
That's
not
right, no
meet.
intention of developing it, just to rezone it, or at the time we're on agenda 6, right? So get this one out of the way.
Right.
And we're on to number 6, which
Yeah,
they
it's very,
correlate.
very similar, yeah. Okay. Anything to add, you guys? Okay. Number 2.
Well, if we just answered that,
Do you
then
wanna-
we don't.
do you wanna
need to go through the
reread?
rest.
You do need to go through
We
the
do?
rest.
You want us, okay.
Yeah. So, we're saying is not in need, correct?
Is not.
The proposed parcels do not have the characteristics that promote tourism or conserve outdoor recreational activities as outlined in table 1.2 in the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And there's 6 criteria, for granting an amendment, and we just went through one of them, so do
So-
we need
so
to
we do
look
have
at
to
the
still
other?
look
We have to go through the other ones, yeah.
I mean, B through F to answer number 1, or do the questions match?
No, they match.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah, in the staff report, they show them as A, B, C, D, E, F, but ours is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Can you go back to what the current is, not the future, not the flu?
Okay. Number 2.
Is not.
The proposed amendment is not compatible with the surrounding area and the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan.
And we're talking compatible with surrounding area now. And right now, there is no recreational touching it right now, correct?
There
There
is
is.
Yellow is
Across
rural
the-
residential.
Yellow,
the
in that
river.
one, yellow is rec.
It is, okay. That's where my confusion is. Okay,
That's lack of recreational opportunity on the property. That's why it's not compatible with the surrounding area.
That's where the cliff.
Okay.
Do we
Did you
defer
get
to-
anything on that?
Nope.
Because I didn't
I
either.
have the
Sorry.
surrounding areas.
Sorry. So,
Can I say anything else?
not right now.
no, sorry.
There is river access.
Okay, so, number 2. Go back to number 2. Is not, why? Because why?
Depends on the compatible, because it's, well, I guess the question, because there's agricultural on all that side, and then it's compatible with the agricultural.
Right.
It's not agricultural too, or, I'm sorry, it's not compatible with the recreational.
And when we
But,
say.
but being that it is now, yellow here is recreational, then it does meet the rule of adjacency, so
Right.
what makes the one right there by Oregon Trail Road what makes that one so different than the one right next door, right across the property line? You know what I'm saying? So that one, I think we have to noodle out better, because we can't just say, because it's touching ag on one side, it's touching
Yeah.
recreation on the other.
That's not what I want to
right?
say, but just kind of brainstorming
Yeah.
between all of us to have a
Of
word,
course.
you know what I mean?
Cool, let's go back to the staff findings there. The parcel in this request are contiguous with parcels that are recreational on the future land use map. The surrounding properties are currently used for residential and agricultural purposes. The council should consider whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the surrounding area, as well as the goals and policies of the comprehensive plans. The thing that's not definitive, a yes or no on that one, because it can go both ways.
That's what I meant.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But I guess we have to look at,
So, but we can't say it is not, because it is. It's touching on one side. Which we have.
It is compatible, but does it meet goals and policies of the comp plan, is the other part of that too.
For agriculture,
The proposed amendment.
Yep.
So the proposed to rec, does it meet goals and policies of the comp plan?
I'd say yes, because the comp plan is asking for development and future use in the area as residential rural. So for recreational, I would say probably, well, it's touching here though.
It's touching, but it's not designated.
That's right. But in
Yeah, so we're
order to
looking
make
at-
a change, we have to have the adjacency rule has to apply.
Letter F in the staff report also does have some objectives and policies listed, if you want to refer to any of those for this current finding.
Like policy 1.3.1? On page 116. Go up a little bit, right?
yeah.
Policy 1.3.1 says, continue to require developments, rezones, and land uses to comply with the future land use map and associated future land use category descriptions, densities, and intensities. So that would,
Would not be consistent.
it would not be consistent with that because it's proposing something different.
So it's not, and so that's our answer, proposing something different than what is consistent with the land use map.
Sorry. Going back to what you had stated earlier, Ed, go to objective 1.5.
Private property rights.
That's right.
Ensure the county's land use policies and regulations do not violate private property rights. That one, that's a hard one.
We've had this
Like you-
discussion
like you-
before.
Like you had stated, like he has private property rights to essentially do what he pleases on his property within a certain regulations, right?
Without a crystal ball to see what the future is, but
Right.
that's, and I'm not saying yes or no, I'm just saying, Caspersons could be here in 5 years from now with the exact same scenario. Heaven forbid something to happen, but the family needs money, they gotta figure out the best way to do this. So, we had the same discussion with a Robin property, if you recall, it might have been before your time, but we rezoned some property in Robin, 40-acre parcels that were not farmed in years, they're weed patches. We still had a lot of folks that were upset because it's ag ground and it shouldn't be changed from ag ground. So no matter what, this is a tight spot for the committee to try to make this determination. But again, property rights, you put yourself in Mr. Johnson's shoes. He wants to be able to do with what he wants to with land
Good.
and
Property rights also
affect the neighbors.
affect your neighbors. That's why you don't have a brothel next to our house, you know what I mean?
Which tomorrow, we'll have some discussions about that.
Yeah, there you go.
Um,
Yeah.
But then you go to policy 152 that ensures that land use actions, decisions, and regulations align with the county's responsibility to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the public.
That's right.
And so I think that's where it goes both ways. The individual has private property rights, but we also have to look at the whole, the area as a whole.
Respect the neighboring
And-
and the
and see
community's private property rights.
If we're,
also. Yeah.
our decision is gonna protect their rights and
Their livelihood.
in health and safety and welfare. So, not saying I disagree with what we were
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about earlier, I just
yeah.
wanted to bring that up, because as a point of discussion, as we go through the rest of this, that we're not violating private property rights, no matter what we do
Okay,
today.
so let's go back to that statement. Go back to that statement. The proposed amendment is or is not compatible with surrounding area and the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan.
At the moment, it will not have a major effect or impact on any of these things at this time. So,
So at this time, we could put is compatible.
will not have major negative impacts. Remember, we're gonna vote on this and give a recommendation, but the best we word this. At the time, right now, by making this change, it will not have a major negative impact.
So let's put is on this one and then move to 3.
Three,
So
that's what-
3 is the major impact.
That's what I was reading. I thought we were on 3.
No, sorry, we're still on
We're still
number
on
2. We're
two.
still,
Really got past 2? Oh, okay. I'm
Sorry.
We're talking about
I got-
sorry.
we got three
compatible
figured
with
out.
surrounding areas and the goals and
Is
policies of the
compatible.
comprehensive plan.
Number 2 is an is, not an is not.
It is. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Sorry. yes.
Because
No,
the
you're kidding.
proposal is contiguous with the residential
Well, just like what Chad just
designation.
said, with the current proposal, it is compatible with, it's adjacent areas, and if we're just making a change in land use, then it is compatible with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan.
Depending on which part you want to read on the comprehensive plan, though, comes down to development and
Right.
preserving agricultural ground.
That's right.
Right.
So,
And property rights.
yeah.
So do you have any goals or policies that you would like to cite?
We had one,
The private property rights?
yeah,
No, it was the other one, policy 1.3.1.
yep.
Well, it doesn't meet that one, correct?
It does,
Well, no, it does not, because that's the one that requires it to meet
oh,
or
okay,
comply.
yeah. Did yours go dark again? Or is it just my old eyes?
So are we is or is not? Because it does not comply with policy 1.3.1.
Okay.
I'll just, once again, conversation, but I'm gonna say is not compatible with the surrounding area, basically because of the bordering agricultural ground. It's something like that.
And
Do you want me to
I-
read what I had based on your original discussion and then you can tell
Before I
me?
sidetracked everybody.
Yeah, okay, so I have is not compatible. The proposal is contiguous with the recreation designation, however, policy 1.3.1 states, I typed it out, the proposed amendment would not be compatible with this policy.
Yeah. You guys okay with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because of the future land use map.
Because that
Correct.
policy states
Yeah,
continue to
because-
require developments, rezones, and land uses to comply with the future land use map.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I sidetracked and
It's
got you
okay.
on number
Don't worry.
3.
It's all
Okay.
kind of the same deal anyway, so.
So back to your, at number 3,
Mhm.
So read what you would say on number 3.
And, you know, rough draft, right? So the proposed amendment will not have major negative impacts on transportation services and facilities. And that's at the time here.
At the current, yeah, at the
That's it,
current time.
Right here, we're looking at that one,
Right
right
now.
there.
Yeah,
Right.
And if this was, remember, it's a recommendation to the commissioners, and if they approved this right here, at this time, it doesn't have
yeah, now it
any-
doesn't.
any
Because
effect.
the next guy who buys it, whether it's zoned agriculture or recreation, we don't know what that guy's gonna do. He might just put another horse farm in it and call it good, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Give us a nod when you want us to move on.
So I have, with this current proposal, there would be no major negative impacts. Any future development would be reviewed at that time.
That's right. Perfect.
Yeah.
It's the same on number 4.
Mhm.
For number 5, agriculture.
Can we copy that from 4?
The proposed amendment will not have, or will have minimal effect on service provision, including adequacy or availability of facilities and services, and is compatible with existing and planned service provisions. Or provision.
Service meaning, I don't understand what that's implying.
Is that talking about public service, like emergency services?
Yes.
So, yeah, so it would not, it would,
It will have minimal.
it will have minimal effect. Okay. Okay, number 5. Strict adherence to the comprehensive plan would or would not result in a situation neither intended nor in keeping with other key elements and policies of the plan.
This one can be answered either way, man.
Yeah, again.
If you
that's what I was
say
gonna
it
say,
would
there's
result
another-
in a situation intended, not intended, but it would result in a situation of limiting somebody's property rights. But on the other hand, if you say would not, then it would be the opposite on the other side of the fence.
And I just think the comprehensive plan is fairly broad, right? There's this end of it and that end of it. Which tree you pick off.
This is where our job gets hard, because we have to interpret that plan and apply it to
Yeah.
individual situations like this.
Well, at the moment, it's proposed to go residential rural, right? So strict adherence to the comprehensive plan, which at this time, for the 2040 plan, is residential rural. So strict adherence to the comprehensive plan would not result in a situation either intended nor in keeping with other key elements and the policies of the plan. Because as it's written right now, or showed on the map, it's residential rural, where the change here, so, I don't know, brainstorming.
No, I agree with you.
That's as it's now, not with the change, or would be, or potential change. As we see the comprehensive plan right now on the map and everything, at least on, just up there, right?
So,
This is where I'm
Sorry,
a
go
little
ahead.
confused on staff findings. It said adherence to the plan would keep the proposed area agricultural or allow redesignation to residential rural, but the flume shows residential rural.
That's probably a typo.
Okay.
So I think the way I interpreted that was adherence to the plan would keep the zoning residential or agricultural, or allow a rezoning to residential rural. That, so I
That
think the
makes sense.
redesignation
Yes.
should be rezoned. So if we're gonna adhere to that plan as gospel, right? Then the zoning would stay ag, and the only other zone it could go to is residential rural.
Then I
Without going through this process all over again.
And I would say it would not result in a situation either intended nor keeping with other key elements of the policies or plan. I think it still would meet policies of the plan because it still allows for the growth. It's just not the same density.
Right.
And it still allows for that rural feel that we still have within the area without it being
Yeah,
62 1-acre lots.
or 2.5 acre lots with an open space subdivision, or
Yeah.
5 acre parcels,
Yes.
that's residential rural, so,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Does that give you enough to?
Good thing she knows how to summarize our thoughts really good.
So I have strict adherence to the plan would keep these parcels designated as residential rural. Keeping the existing designation would still allow for growth in the area, just not at the recreation density.
Got a suggestion, Hal?
And it's would not. On this one, is that what we're
Would
saying?
not.
Would.
Would?
Would?
Is that what it would not?
Would not.
Oh, yeah, would not, sorry,
Yeah.
yes, would not.
I was following your logic relative to densities as well as strict adherence to what is currently in place so that you had a defensible position relative to your logic and your rationale.
Okay.
That's why I was reading that to make sure that residential rural was in the language against the densities.
That's right. Okay.
Okay. The last one, number 6, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm gonna read it off your thing. The proposed plan amendment will or will not promote the public welfare and will be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and the elements thereof.
I think we already determined it's not comprehensive, or not consistent. with
Will not.
Yeah,
comprehensive
will
plan,
not.
right? So-
Will not promote the public welfare and be consistent.
And is not consistent with the goals and policies.
Which would go back in reference to, I think, number 1 it was, if I remember right. So kind of the same.
Yeah, that same policy,
Same
1.1,
policy.
1.3.1.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Number 1 and number 2?
Number
Half
two
of you
is-
said 1, half of you said 2.
I thought 1 was the first one we came up with.
Which one, number 1 has
So
that
number
one
1
policy,
talks
right?
about table 1.2,
Oh,
which
yeah.
has the characteristics of tourism,
Recreational opportunities.
recreational.
Yeah, that's right.
And then number 2 has your policy 1.1,
1.3.1.
1.3.1. You
Yeah.
did type it correctly, I just didn't read it correctly. That you could also reference. Would you like
Yeah,
to
so it's
vote?
kind of a combination of both,
Mhm.
I think. Yeah. If you could read that back when you get it done for me,
Yes.
please.
So I have, the proposed parcels do not have characteristics that promote tourism or conserve outdoor recreational activities as outlined in table 1.2 in the comprehensive plan. Policy 1.3.1 states, continue to require developments, rezones, and land uses to comply with the future land use map and associated future land use category descriptions, densities, and intensities. The proposed amendment would not be compatible with this policy.
Yeah. Okay. Any discussion, anything else to add
We're ready for a motion.
to that one? Nothing? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
Want me to do it?
Sure.
Based on the record and discussion this evening, the council recommends to deny to the Board of County Commissioners the request made by Jerry Johnson to amend the future land use map as described in the applicable material as supplemented with additional information attached in the staff report and according to the testimony received, and to adopt the proposed findings in order for signature by the chair or vice chair.
Okay, we have a motion for denial. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Molly Dillard,
Yes.
Edward Ulrich.
Yes.
Stuart Ward,
Yes.
Chad Salonite,
Yes.
Crystal Watson. Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, now we go to the rezone. Okay. Agenda item number 6 is a rezone. Jerry Johnson proposes the redesignation of approximately 62.08 acres of land from ag to recreational on the zoning map. Subject properties are located in sections 19 and 30 of Township 9 South, Range 30 East of Boise Meridian. And this is again a recommendation to the county commissioners. Okay. Jerry, you're up again.
Jerry Johnson, 8890 East Mon Road, Nava. I don't really have any new to say. But I do have river access in 2 spots, which down by the bridge, there's quite an area down there you can get to. And I have a spring on the property with it's got a spot you could fish in and stuff like that. So, you know, there is access to the river. But other than that, I don't know, we're like rural residential over the other. I don't know if it'd be better to go that route or stay with the recreational. I mean, we're here for the recreational, so I guess that's what we gotta go with.
Am I okay to explain the zoning a little bit on building that to him so he understands?
Well, I kinda know it's 1 acre over 2.5 acres.
Yeah, okay.
Stuff like that, but you know, I heard you talking about the rural residential. It sounded like you were kind of in favor for that, you know? So,
Yeah, okay.
I don't really have much to say, you know, it's just, I just need to sell it as quickly as I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, staff.
Ann Hughes, Bannock County zoning planner. Do you have any questions on the staff report?
I did have one, but I think we answered it last agenda, so.
I got a question for the staff. So, the flume has got recreational and it's got residential rural on the flume. But in current state, there is no adjacency of residential rural, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Just adjacency to recreation behind you.
Yep.
Yeah, so on that map, you can see the more orange color that's adjacent to City of Lava. That is the closest residential rural zoned property that they have. So to get adjacency to residential rural, they would have to rezone all of those parcels in between theirs.
Or
and
going
the
the other
rural.
way to Rex Drive, correct?
Well, the one down just south of Lava,
Well, yeah, but there's rural.
or that way,
Or that
yeah,
one.
just the closest one
Yeah,
is,
there's some on both sides.
yeah,
But they're a ways away.
yeah.
So, educate me on what could potentially be considered spot zoning, because that residential row out there off of Ransden and Rex Drive, appears very similar to spot zoning, right? Because it's isolated.
Yeah.
Is there not an opportunity to do the same thing here?
No, so
Okay.
the reason that area is so small is that area was designated that way through the whole county mass rezone. So when we did the comprehensive plan and decided what growth would look like, and then they did the zoning map and the ordinances, then they mapped it based off of all of those items of data, statistics, everything that they gathered from the comprehensive plan, and did a mass rezone of the whole county. So in order to not consider it spot zoning, it would need to be done as basically rezoning the whole county coming from the commissioners.
Gotcha, okay. Okay. And some of that was based on existing use and
Correct.
density, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, sorry, did you find your question? Or
I
was
think
it answered?
I think I got that one answered, or, yeah, I think I got that answered. I had a note here to look at. So it would be the Bannock County zoning ordinance, just, this is in kind of, I guess, do we have anybody, any more public input? Or are we done with that?
We haven't started that yet. We're going through questions for staff.
Okay, so I guess it would be Bannock County zoning ordinance, it's 312 page in our thing, 150. And so I just was reading about the agricultural designation is to be applied to land which includes prime farmland and which has not been divided into small agricultural or unusable parcels. The agricultural zone is not intended to accommodate non-agricultural development. Factors to be considered is in designating land for agricultural districts should include but not be necessarily limited to the amount of prime farmland in the area, existing lot sizes and land uses in the area, and the character of surrounding land uses. I just wanted to bring that out.
Yeah, so those are the characteristics that were used when they did that mass rezone of the county. They looked at each of those characteristics in each of the districts, and that's how all of those zones were overlaid on the county.
Okay. Okay. Okay, now we'll go to public testimony. Do we have anybody signed up for this one? That's a bigger stack. Okay. Okay. We'll start with, in support, Julie Hill.
Julie Hill, 10936 West Chester in Lava Hot Springs. Okay, looking at the map, Mr. Johnson has not just one parcel of, 66 acres. He has a total of, I believe it's either 6 or 7 parcels that make up what he has. He has one building right because that is zoned agricultural. So those other parcels can't be built on even as they exist now. There's no opportunity for him to do rural residential because he's not adjoining a rural residential property. So if you don't provide the rezone to recreational, you are limiting severely what can be done with that property and with his private property rights. There are multiple parcels around him that are developed that touch him. On the southeast corner, across on the corner of American Mon, you have not only the Lava West subdivision, but that corner lot right there is developed and putting a second house on it. You have, further down, you have the Splash Hollow development that was done by Mr. Lowe here. You have kitty corner across, you have the recreational area that is accessible by the river. Mr. Johnson, as he explained, does have recreational access to the river. That is a huge marketing point, that river access. There's part of it where the spring is, that would be a natural area for any future person who wanted to develop, to have that as open space. Additionally, you have Highway 30 frontage. That is prime for other, you guys are focused on this subdividing into a subdivision. A recreational zone allows for a lot more than just residential use. It has conditional uses. Yes, you brought up RV parks, but there are other outdoor recreational opportunities. Putting in another water park in Lava Hot Springs, that was mentioned by Casperson's as something that we need those tourism opportunities. This is a prime location for that to happen, but it cannot happen with the agricultural zoning. I'm going to argue that this is consistent with the goals and policies of the future use, which we've already covered, but of current use for the recreational zone, as indicated in your staff report. Your staff report indicated that we have a growth of 17% projected in the county. This Lava is growing up. Mon Road is an extension of Main Street in Lava. And traveling on Mon to get out to the highway is a common thing for people who are staying either in Lava or in the south area, up Lava Ranch, out by the golf course, that kind of thing. So it is a prime area for tourism and for exposure to tourists. I think that Mr. Johnson is greatly impacted if this is left as agricultural zoning, and I think the neighbors also need to take into consideration that if they do not allow this to go to recreational, they are also, as Mr. Ulrich mentioned, limiting what they can do in the future. I've heard talk of some of these people who have less than 40 acres wanting to put another home on their property. They're not going to be able to do that.
That's your time. Thank you.
Stuart, will you pause for just a second? We've got a tablet almost dying, so we're just trying to get a charger.
I did.
Okay, you should be good to continue that. I just wanted to make.
Okay. Okay, proceed, let's see, there's nobody signed up for neutral, okay. Opposition, we'll start with, Brielle Johnson for Nolan Johnson. Address is 9077 East US 30, Lava Hot Springs, 83246. Opposed, you want me to read the letter? Is that what you gave it to me?
How they decided you should read it this
Okay,
time.
I can read it. But it says staff, not council.
I know.
Okay. As owners of the two parcels of land to the north and east adjoining those owned by Jerry Johnson, no relation, which are being considered for rezoning from agriculture to recreation, I wish to go on record as being against the rezone for the following reasons. A, prime agricultural land, which Jerry has characterized his land to be in his recent for sale listing, should be preserved and used for agriculture. Food and fiber cannot be grown on concrete and asphalt. B, rezoning his 62 acres to recreational opens the door for potential 60 to 70 high-density lots to be developed, each requiring a culinary well and a sewer system. C, I am concerned about the negative impact in which that many wells will have on the aquifer to supply 60 to 70 more homes with suitable potable water without possibly depleting water supplies for existing users. D, I am also concerned about the negative impact potential of 60 to 70 new sewers polluting the groundwater. Thank you for your consideration of my input. Sincerely, Nolan Johnson. Okay. All right. Brett Casperson.
Brett Casperson, 8893 East Mon Road. So, couple of things. We keep saying it's connected, but here on that one southeast corner, that's connected by that's Mon Road. Very busy road. Straight across, and in that corner there, we used to operate a dairy there, and now we turned that into a beef operation. And the other, and on the northeast side, you know, that's where it's pretty steep access there. That's where those cliffs are that they mentioned. And that other big square there to the east, that's where the Lowe's are. And, you know, they'd be on an island, I guess. Yeah. And so, the other thing, right direct south of there on that Lava West, we have a lot of lots that have been, you know, zoned for recreation, and there's still a lot of lots in there that aren't sold, and they're vacant anyway. And there's a lot of land like that around Lava that, you know, that's already zoned for what we're talking about. We don't need to take ag land out for, you know, more lots to sell, to be vacant and become weed plots. You know, so there's no need to do that because there's already a lot of lots that could be sold. And, you know, I'm back to something in there about harming the, you know, adjacent landowners. You know, know that would affect us gravely with our operation, because people that buy that, they don't like, you know.
That's your time. Thank you. Justin Casperson.
Justin Casperson, 8789 East Mon Road. I've got a note or a letter from Barry Hobson, if I can read it. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. It says, I'm writing you to concern as a neighborhood and a stakeholder regarding public notice and the sale and the proposal of land change property 8890 East Mon Road, Lava Hot Springs. I understand the owner intends to rezone the property from agricultural to recreational use, which raises serious concerns for me as a neighboring property owner and farmer. I own and lease farm ground on both sides of this property. My livelihood depends on the continued viability of agricultural operations in this area. The proposed change from agricultural to recreational use would be detrimental and the safety and well-being for my animals, as increased traffic, noise, development could stress my livestock and disrupt my abilities to farm effectively. Moreover, Lava Hot Springs area has a significant amount of recreational land. Adding more recreational property adjacent to my active farming operations will not benefit the growth and sustainability of agriculture in our community, instead risking creating conflict between recreational activities and farming practices, further jeopardizing the viability of local agriculture. This shift in land use could, could lower the property values in the area, disrupt rural character that our community values deeply. I want to express my opposition in this land change and respectfully request that the county considers the following. Potentially the impact on neighboring agricultural operations, including livestock safety and farm viability, how increased traffic and development will affect the infrastructure and the rural character of this area. 3, the current availability and recreational land and whether additional development is truly necessary. 4, measures the preserve agricultural heritage and the economy of this region. Thank you.
Sorry, what's his address?
His address is 9247 East Merrick Road.
Okay, thank you.
Can we have that letter?
I'll give you this one.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. Nancy Casperson.
Nancy Casperson, 8893 East Mon Road. I own property directly south of Mr. Johnson's proposed changes. Like Brett was saying, I'd just like to point out that the only land of Jerry's that does touch a different zoning is down on the riverfront, and it is considered in the flood zone. It is a very small piece of property, but it does touch Portneuf River and is divided by Portneuf River with that zoning. So it's very limited. It could not be built on or anything with that zoning. So some questions I have, rebuttal, I guess, against Jerry's own proposal to the county is on A, proposed uses by rezoning would not be compatible with surrounding areas. The Lowe's, Kingston's, Casperson's, Hobson's, we all farm, Johnson's farm, Dick Guthrie farms. He has horses on pasture. So it's not compatible in use. On B, proposed zoning would not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood's stability and property values. Mr. Ulrich talked heavily about property rights. I don't argue Jerry's property rights to sell his property and to develop it. I don't argue that he has a certain property right, but when his right affects all surrounding neighbors, at who is paying the price for his right? We all will pay a price in the future if that does get changed to something that does convert to C-stores, if it gets converted to a water park and the traffic. If it gets changed to residential, tractors operate at 80 to 100 decibels all hours of the night in the summer. Cattle mooing at 80 to 100 decibels. And our neighbor's going to be happy about that. So that change could negatively impact my right to farm, which then might lead to me having to change what I do. What we've hoped to do for the rest of our lives is have a sustainable farm and agriculture in Lava. So the rezoning would adversely affect us. C, is there a need? No, we've already established there really isn't the need in our area. There's plenty. D, public cost resulting from the land use. So with D, in my 41 years at the address, I have not known that property to be zoned recreational. If it has been used as an agricultural area with recreational purposes for a historical farm, medieval historical farm. Adequate public services, utilities. I do believe that Bannock County suffers those areas. And I would also like to submit my letter. I have those things in rebuttal. I'd also like to question the sustainability. We talked about the Portneuf River. Objective 3.1 in the comprehensive plan talks about sustainability for the water and resources.
Thank you. Do you want this or do you want me to hold it?
In your stack, yeah.
Okay. Mark Lowe.
Monclo, 9246 East Mon Road, P.O. Box 591, Lava. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. At issue today are several items. Number one, Bannock County Zoning Ordinance 1998-1, Recreational District, Section 342. Characteristics of land in this district. Quote, when considering designating land to the rec district, that land must meet the following criteria. The land is not suitable for agricultural use. End quote. From the Realtor.com real estate ad, quote, this property features irrigation water shares and infrastructure, including water lines, pump and power. It is currently planted in Roundup Ready alfalfa, producing on average over 100 ton per year. End quote. It sounds like pretty suitable for agricultural use. Number two, in the narrative standards of the application, the applicant states there would be no negative impact to our land values, as a recreation property is more valuable than ag land. I ask you this. If your neighbor turns his home into a bar or a C-store or a whorehouse, the value of his property would increase, right? What will that do to the value of your home? What would be the impact of having an RV park or campground with a C-store and a gas station adjacent to your house? These are all allowed uses in the rec zone, as well as institutional housing and multifamily dwellings, which are conditional uses in the RS zone. 3, is there a need for more rec zoning in Lava Hot Springs area? This morning I sat down and did calculations on the county's map with their tool for land measurements. There are approximately 56 square miles of rec land in the immediate area of Lava Hot Springs, including the town of Lava Hot Springs. Elsewhere in Bannock County, you got 3/4 of a mile at the bottom of Crystal Springs Road in McCammon, 3/4 of a mile around Downetta, and almost a mile up below Pebble Creek ski area. 50 square miles of land already designated recreational. That doesn't include Forest Service or BLM land. Most of the rec zone is currently undeveloped. Why do we need to take more ag ground out of production? Property has never been anything but ag ground. I already told you what Mr. Neil Hill told me about the zoning on that. Most importantly, if this spot zoning is approved as a request, the parcels that my wife and I own and live in would be completely isolated and surrounded by rec. This is the most egregious example of spot zoning imaginable. These 2 parcels of land that we own, reside in, we raise hay, goats, guinea fowl, and lease pasture for horses. I plead with you that do not approve to the county commissioners.
Thank you.
And if I may, have some rebut on the subdivision that my wife and I developed that has been brought up previously, that land was serviced by water and sewer by the city and will be annexed by the city.
Thank you. Okay, that was everybody that was signed up. Okay. Any questions, comments, discussion? I had one question for staff. It was brought up that because this property currently is zoned ag, total of 60 acres, or just over 60 acres, there's no additional building rights available. I know you haven't done deep dive into that,
Farm help.
but just looking at it briefly, would those other big parcels have a building right if they've remained that parcel for the last 40 years?
If they have maintained the same legal description, yes. We would have to do parcel determinations on them to be sure, but
There
yeah.
have been parcel determinations.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
So here's another question. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, was there 5 parcels?
6, I think.
6 parcels total. on the top parcels that border Highway 330, what prevents him from just having those moved to recreational? All the adjacency is there.
Portneuf River.
Portneuf River doesn't matter.
Well,
That doesn't,
Just
that-
rezoning.
the
the
rezoning,
rezone, that's it.
yeah, and the future land use map,
Yeah.
having it be designated the correct zone.
So his ground that's not as desirable as agricultural ground, he could do this whole thing again with just those parcels.
He could, yeah.
Yeah, because we're looking at the whole property.
We're looking at the whole
Everything.
chunk, and I mean, if his ground's like my ground, half of it, I couldn't turn a shovel over, so. I mean, I'm just saying. So, okay.
Okay.
I have a question about procedure. Does Mr. Johnson get a rebuttal to the comments that were made by the public?
Yes, he does. I was
We'll
getting
get to
there. I was just making sure that we didn't have any other questions before I got to him. So, thank you. Do we have any other questions before I ask for a rebuttal?
No, I'm like.
Okay. You're up.
Could you bring up that map that showed where it was all green and some of it wasn't again? Okay. That, you can see where it's green, that is the only part that I'm irrigating or farming. The rest of that is just grass, that's just voluntary. I have a little bit in that pasture and that one strip is alfalfa. That is all I am farming on that whole 66 acres. There's like 22 acres in hay. That's what I'm irrigating. And on the future land use map, Castleton is zoned residential also. But that's here or there. And the surrounding zoning hasn't impacted their ability to farm whatsoever. And as far as they keep bringing up whorehouses and everything, they're not allowed anywhere. But Mr. Lowe told me 2 weeks ago that he's planning on building a home for his son on his place right next to me and putting a beauty salon in there for his son's wife to supplement their income. So how can he do that if I can't change my zoning? His is agricultural too, and he doesn't even have 40 acres, I don't think. But I do have, like, commented, there's 6 different lots. And, you know, I could sell them individually, I imagine. But, you know, they're not, some of them aren't being used as agriculture. Guess that's all I've got to say.
Thank you.
Sorry, I need you to state your name and address.
Oh, Jerry Johnson, 8890 East Monroe.
Okay, thank you. Just for the record. Okay. Any further discussion, comments? No? Okay. You ready to go through findings then?
Here's we go.
Okay, we've got 707, yeah. I gotta go back to 163. Okay. This is gonna be a group effort again. Okay, number 1, the uses allowed in the proposed district would or would not be compatible with surrounding uses.
Both?
I'm gonna come more strongly towards the agricultural, it would not be compatible. We've got a river and a main Monroe that, and I get it, none of that matters apparently, but
So do keep in mind, it is confusing because we are looking at a rezone. This question specifically is uses, not necessarily is it compatible with surrounding zoning, but is it compatible with surrounding uses?
A rec use versus a
Versus
current
ag,
surrounded use.
Residential, yeah, correct.
Okay.
I'd still say the surrounding uses is agriculture predominantly.
I would agree with you there. I was just looking at ordinance, it says permitted uses, which are uses permitted in the residential suburban district or RS district. Yeah. And then other outdoor recreational uses such as skiing, tennis, stables, golf courses, commercial skating rinks, parks, swimming pools, and the like. And then there's some conditional uses. Our S district. We don't have the RS in our district. That's okay.
Because it's not RS, it would be ag or rec.
Well, it says the permitted uses in
Oh, I
rec are
gotcha, 'cause it
uses
references-
permitted in the RS district.
Yeah.
So I was trying to see what those were, so I don't have them memorized yet, or nor will I ever.
Feel better than me if you do any of them.
Would you
Okay.
like me to look them up for you?
No, it's
Okay.
fine. It's fine. Okay. So the uses allowed in the proposed recreational district would or would not be compatible with the current surrounding uses, right?
I think it would not.
Yeah.
I can wait until we take a break. Yeah, it just flashed that it's got 15% or less, so.
Okay.
So I
You said
have
would
would
not.
not,
I think because predominantly the agricultural ground is predominantly what, at the time, right now, being used. It's,
yeah, so I have the surrounding uses are predominantly agricultural with some residential uses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, number 2, the proposed zoning district would or would not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood's stability and property values. If we only had a crystal ball on that.
right, we gotta look at
Yeah.
right now.
Right now, it would only increase property values.
Or probably no reflection, but it would not adversely
Yeah,
affect.
it would not, yeah.
Yeah, would not.
Yeah.
So it
But
would
would it-
increase the-
Because we don't know what the use is gonna
What
be.
the future.
Yeah.
And it would
the crystal
increase
ball.
the ability for people further west to do the adjacency recreation, which inherently
Right.
increases property.
As of right now, it would not.
So how do you want to word that?
I don't know. Round table here.
So we're,
Would
you wanna say would not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood's stability and property values?
As of right now, and so if this all happened tomorrow, right, and the commissioners approved it and whatever, and they zoned it recreational, right now, it would not affect the surrounding
Would not
properties.
adversely
But in
affect
the
it.
crystal ball, it may,
Right.
it may not.
Right.
So right now, it would not.
we have to remember we're not here to consider a preliminary plat with this.
No.
Right.
This
No.
one.
The owner has no intention of subdividing at the time.
Yep. Currently, the owner has no intention of subdividing, and we don't know what the future's gonna look like.
And would increase ability for neighbors to rezone property to a higher value.
Yes.
So let me ask staff this, what does it mean adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood's stability? What is that intended to be? Do you know, do you have any idea? So you're just as lost as we are?
Could be
Yes.
traffic patterns, could be noise, could be property
It's language
values.
taken from state statute, and tends to be more reflective of a urban environment than a suburban environment. You might be able to argue the surrounding area as opposed to neighborhood.
Right.
But in that, it would adversely affect the farming.
Well, that's-
around it.
Not current state, in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could, some future use could, yeah. Okay. So did you get something on number 2? Will you read it back?
Yeah, so I have, there are currently no development proposals, so the change in zoning would not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood stability and property values. This change would also increase the neighborhood's ability to rezone.
Can we put like at this time?
Okay.
Okay. Number 3, the applicant has shown that there is or is not a need for the proposed zoning district in the county or at the proposed location.
So I would have to bring up, the Bannock County zoning ordinance, which 342, which lists, when we designating to rec, the land must meet the following criteria. The land is not suitable for agricultural uses. And I think right now it's hard to say that for all parcels.
That's right.
But as in a whole, we're addressing
whole, we're
all
looking at the
6.
whole thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
All 6, not individual parcels.
Right.
They're all on track.
But read
So
that
I
again, it
would-
says it's not suitable for ag uses? Is that just what it says?
Right. So when considering designating land to the rec district, the land must meet the following criteria. The land is not suitable for agricultural uses, and there's a few more, and it's an and, not or.
But because it's in agriculture now, that's why she's just focusing on that one.
No, and I understand that, I just wanna make sure it said ag uses and not something else, cause it's, we have testimony that it is being used agriculturally right now,
Yeah,
right?
and the criteria to be rezoned is that it is not suitable.
It's not suitable, but it is currently being used that way,
So I
so
would say
there is,
is not.
Not
Not a
needed.
need.
Yeah.
yeah. You read that one back to us, please.
So I have the zoning ordinance currently states that parcels should not be suitable for agricultural uses when considering a recreation zoning designation. Some of these parcels are currently being used for agriculture.
Okay.
Council, I'm gonna ask Mr. Lowe, since I don't have my ordinance in front of me, what was that paragraph from the ordinance that you took your comments from, please?
I think the same one that Molly had.
342.
342.
Okay, paragraph 3, or section 342. Okay, thank you.
Okay, number 4. Public cost resulting in the change in land use would or would not be excessive when compared with the public benefit derived from the change in land use.
Again, if we're talking about right
Right now.
no plan, then it would not.
Yeah. Or the crystal ball, right?
That's right. Based on the fact that we are only looking at a rezone and not a subdivision plat.
Correct.
Okay. You ready for me to move on to number 5?
Yes.
Adequate public services, utilities, and facilities would or would not be available to serve the changed land use.
I would say
Would not currently.
would not currently be available.
Council, I will share with you that services would be, because currently Lava is under contract with Bannock County Sheriff's Department as
Oh.
well as
Okay.
the fire services are also available.
But what about our
Utilities.
utilities?
There's already utilities at the
I'm
property.
sharing with you so that you can make your findings according to the language.
Okay.
So
Services,
emergency
yes.
services, yes, but other public utilities, probably, no, because there's no public water sewer out there.
But it's asking
But-
all these things.
But other utilities like power, communication, all that stuff, it's available on site because there's a house.
So it would be.
And
Yep.
But it serves a house,
But-
not switched, not if it was to be changed or rezoned.
right, because right now it's adequate for a single home, but is it adequate for a change in land use? That's what it's asking.
Yeah.
But again, we're talking about current state. We don't have a subdivision plat, we don't have anything else. So we're talking about land use.
Well, but
But we can look at the uses in a rec
Okay.
district.
Okay.
Even though we don't have a specific plan, we can use the ordinance. I would say some, and, because it's a general thing, but some services are available and adequate, but others are not.
Yeah, but we have to answer the question either a yes or a no.
I know.
table question.
I mean, would that have to include water supply beyond a well to be able to say would?
that's beyond your jurisdictional deliberations.
Or sewer.
IDWR.
Council, I would share that even though you are looking for would or would not, you could categorize that some of the services would, and you could categorize that some of them would not, because you're making a recommendation to the commission of which they would then.
So we can just say would and would not, and then break that down in our statement.
You would probably.
Well, I think we would split it, public services, yes or no, utilities, yes or no, facilities, yes or no. I think is what I was
That would
getting
be
at.
my recommendation as you make your findings.
So what?
So there are adequate public services / emergency services available to serve the changed land use. Public utilities and facilities.
I like the language in future development.
Utilities are available. The only utilities there would be phone and power.
Right. And so utilities would be available to serve the changed land use.
Public services would be.
Public services, facilities. Is that public facilities like hospital, those kinds of is it talking public facilities in this whole thing and public utilities?
It's for you to deliberate, but yes, those are items that you could deliberate.
Okay, so for the sake of this one, they would be available to serve the land use. It's not, is there enough? It's just, are they available?
Correct.
Which answer
Well,
is
it
yes.
says adequate,
I'm looking
which
at
to
the-
me, adequate is the same as, is there enough?
I'm looking at the staff findings, I like the language, if future development of these parcels occur, these items will need to be more fully addressed.
Yeah, I like that.
That's a good line, that's good.
Good finding, Crystal.
Could you read that to us?
If future development. These parcels could these items.
So we could put would, and then in our statement, we could say that future use will be fully addressed along with the adequacy of those utilities.
So I've just copied what the findings, or what the staff report has, so you can tell me what you want or don't want. Residential development can increase traffic and place demands on local infrastructure. If future development of these parcels occur, these items would need to be more fully addressed. Power is available at the road and is already provided to the property. Property already has 2 septics and a well.
I think we can take the septics and the well off, but we might be able to add the statement that there is public services such as fire, sheriff's department,
'Cause there is a limit
and
to
access
those,
to a
yeah.
hospital.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
But the rest of that sounds fine.
Okay. Number 6, the proposed zoning district would or would not allow uses that would be detrimental to the environment of the immediate neighborhood.
This comes back to the crystal ball. Because if we had the crystal ball, I'd definitely say it would be detrimental.
Or it could,
Mhm.
yeah, depending on what's proposed.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But
Yeah,
again,
yeah.
current state with what they're proposing though, without any idea of
But it
a
says,
plat or a subdivision,
but it says allow uses.
allow,
So
okay, allow,
it's the
yeah.
board.
So let's, okay, yeah, so it would with some of those allowable uses.
I agree.
Yeah,
Would.
because they would allow, by being rezoned to that, they would allow those things.
Yep, correct.
Mhm.
So you could probably put in there the uses of a recreational zone would be detrimental to the surrounding
Would
areas
allow.
as they're currently being used.
Allow uses.
Would allow, yes.
Will you list some of those uses that apply to that? statement?
Multifamily homes. Let's see what else you got over here.
Increase traffic.
Yeah, well, we're talking uses, so we're
uses,
talking
high
like
density housing.
golf
Okay,
course.
yeah.
I don't, is high density housing allowed in rec? I don't think it is.
What?
I believe.
High density housing?
Here's.
Housing is allowed because it references the RS zone,
Yep,
which
that's right.
that does
But
have.
high-
high density
So-
housing.
So you
RS
got
does
indoor
allow
entertainment
multifamily.
and
Okay.
commercial uses permitted in the CG district,
So we're talking.
hotels, inns, indoor
Those are
recreation.
conditional uses, these are
Okay.
allowed uses.
Allowed uses would be outdoor recreation use such as skiing, tennis tables, golf courses, commercial skating rinks, parks, swimming pools. Those are all the only ones that are permitted.
Right.
The other ones are conditional use permits
Well, and everything.
in the RS. So
Are
multifamily
golf
homes.
courses allowed in ag?
So then
In
that
ag?
says-
I don't know.
I didn't think so, but I didn't wanna
Permitted
type it
uses,
if it is.
Everything in RS.
Yeah, everything in RS is also in recreation.
golf course is not, according to ordinance, golf course is not listed as allowed in ag.
Okay.
Okay. Will you read that back to me?
Yep, so I have some of the uses allowed in the recreational zoning district would be detrimental to the environment of the immediate neighborhood. This includes multifamily homes, outdoor recreational uses, parks, and golf courses.
Okay, last one, the requested change would or would not be in accordance with the goals and policies of the county comprehensive plan.
That's back to pear tree or the apple tree. Which one are you taking from with the comprehensive plan, right?
Well, this is where you would also state future land use map amendment was also recommended for denial, so it does not meet.
Okay, so we
Because that
can we
one
use that as
wasn't
our
supposed to
answer
be
that we denied change on the future land use map? So would not be in accordance due to the fact that we just denied a change on the flume.
We recommended denial.
Yep.
Do we need to note the policy, same reasons that we don't, that we denied or recommended denial? Which one was it? Policy 1.3.1. And what was the other one? Table 1.2. Okay. Anything else to add? Okay. I think we're ready for a motion then.
Got that, Chad?
I got it.
Going down the line.
Yep. Based on the record and the discussion this evening, the council recommends denied to the Board of County Commissioners the request made by Jerry Johnson to rezone as described in the application materials as supplemented with additional information attached in the staff report and according to testimony received, and to adopt the proposed findings and order for signature by the chair or vice chair.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second for recommended denial. Roll call, please.
Molly Dimmock,
Yes.
Edward Ulrich.
Yes.
Stuart Ward,
Yes.
Chad Selenite,
Yes.
Crystal Mattson.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries 5-0.
Recess.
Yep, I'll take a 5-10 minute break.
Okay.
Okay. Back in session. We've got 4 more public hearing items. The next one, agenda item number 7, is a subdivision concept plan, Westfield Estates Division 6. Pursuant to section 302 of the Bannock County subdivision ordinance, David Hassan, I think I said that right, proposes to subdivide approximately 7.15 acres of land into 13 lots. Subject property is located in the southwest quarter of section 5, township 6 south, range 43 east. Sewer and water will be connected to the city of Chubbuck. There will be 13 buildable lots and will be between 0.46 and 0.58 acres in size. Okay, applicant.
Good evening, council. I'm Matt Baker, 600 East Oak Street. You kind of preface everything as a 13-lot subdivision. It is bounded on the east by Westfield Estates Division 4 and on the south by Westfield Estates Division 5. On the west side by Rio Vista, and the north boundary will be a new delineation. It's got access through Division 4 and 5 to Rio Vista and to Siphon Road.
Okay. And then I noticed this was 2 different parcels.
Yes, we are replatting a lot that's in Division 4. We met with staff about that, how to fix that error. There was a building that was constructed that was too close, didn't meet setbacks, so we're just moving that line's all we're doing.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So that's why we included that.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
And maybe I just missed it, but there was like a whole list of things from the city of Chubbuck. Did that pertain, because this is just like another phase of this?
It is just another phase.
And so that, all those requirements they had, or those applied to all the developments? Or just this one? Because they're talking about something about quarter-acre lots they wanted. I just was curious if that had gotten resolved. I can find it here somewhere if you, it's page 196, there's a list.
I can just say from my understanding, it's been resolved because it's no different than the other
And
phase
I
we've
may have
done,
missed
so.
something, or this come from the Public Works Department, from City of
It
Chubbuck.
gives a list of the concept is proposed, does not meet those standards in the following areas, and there's a number of things in there. And
Yeah, the date's in 2021, so
Yeah.
is that applying to the other phases probably? Is that what it was?
There is no agreement between the county and the city as far as development goes. They are proposing to connect to city water and sewer and have gone back and forth with the city multiple times on this subdivision. They're on phase 6 connecting to the city sewer and water, and have made resolution on what their requirements are as far as road building, any additional requirements that they're going to have.
Yep.
They've also signed an agreement to annex at the time
You
that
bet.
arrives.
And it really doesn't have anything to do with us, but just.
That is correct.
Yeah, I just want to see if that was cleared or whatnot, so, okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, staff.
Elise Foster, subdivision planner. I have 10 proposed conditions that I have recommended to council. Some of these are based off of notes that are existing on other phases, just to provide some consistency through these phases. So council is aware, because this is connecting to city water, the city has asked sidewalks to be put in, not the county. We don't regulate sidewalks, maintain sidewalks, we don't have the capability to do so. So there are some ADA ramps that come down into the right of way. The sidewalks themselves are built outside of the right of way. So once this is annexed into the cities will then take care of maintenance on the items in the right of way.
Okay.
Does council have any questions?
I do, just, it was kind of brought up. I noticed all of the agency comments are 3 to 4 years old,
That is correct.
and we didn't get any updated comments. I did notice that letter that Chad was talking about was the initial comments from the city. Then there was one later that said most of those had been addressed. But I just want to make sure that we're not using agency comments that are dealing with rules or regulations that are 3 years old that may have changed that now we need to address today.
So the current ordinance does not give an expiration on pre-development, which is where agency comments had come from in the application. Pre-development was approved on phase 4 through 8 with recommendations of how to move forward to concept. Concept does have expirations, and agencies are notified again at the concept time, given the opportunity to provide additional comments. We did not receive, I think DEQ is the only one that responded on this one.
Okay. Okay. And I'm assuming that the developer has a development agreement with the city for public utilities and, or whatever the city will take over at the end. So hopefully, if there's any changes there, that's been addressed in each phase with those development agreements, so. Okay. I think that was all I had. Just wanted to make sure that we're not overlooking something with stuff. And I figured DEQ would be the only other agency that would have any changes, but you never know. The city's changing their rules all the time, so you never know. Okay. Any other questions for staff?
Nothing from me.
Okay. We'll go to the public hearing. Is there anybody signed up? Do you have any papers for this one?
I do not.
You just got your timer off. Don't ask me why I started, but.
Time's up. It's your time.
My time's up. It's time to go home. Okay. Is there anybody that wants to speak in favor? Neutral, against? No? Okay. Not even the developer? No, I'm just kidding. Sounds good. We've been here 3 hours. You probably won't go home just as bad as we do. So. Okay. Now I gotta go through 30,000 pages of agency comments to get to. What are you looking for?
Reward, or
Conditions, findings.
You found it.
I found it. 261. You're okay. Close. Okay, you guys ready to go through findings?
Yep.
Okay. Number 1, the proposed tentative plan is in conformance with the Bannock County Comprehensive Plan, is in conformance with applicable provisions of this ordinance, other county ordinances, and Idaho code. I know there's one policy, I don't know what number it is, and I know I saw it. That talked about, oh my goodness, I cannot see anything.
Section 402 of the subdivision ordinance?
Well, there's some objective or policy that talks about coordination or something with local cities on development or on growth. I don't know what number it is.
Could it be that's like a continued phase of an existing project, something like that, it's all in conformance?
Can we use that as a justification? This is a continuation of an existing
Development or something like
development
that?
and meets the same requirements and regulations as it does?
I would say that's probably a little too general,
Okay.
but you would be looking at the residential suburban zoning district, which allows this density of development when connecting to city services, which this development is proposing. In the comprehensive plan, there is also collaborating with developers to ensure that new development bears costs of providing services to said development, which through this subdivision process, they will be bringing power to the lots, providing mailboxes,
They're paying for
Building
the water and
roads.
sewer.
bringing
sources,
in
all
water
that
sewer,
stuff.
so they are providing all of those services to the development. So those would be the types of things that you would wanna put here.
So that's policy 1.1.1. Collaborate with developers to ensure that new development bears costs associated with providing services. I think policy 1.1.2 as well says ensure that new development meets and/or implements applicable adopted county standards, policies, master plans, and regional plans. Maybe, yeah.
Those are fine, yeah.
Then I did find the other one I was thinking of, but it's in the other, it was in the other item, but it's, objective 1.3, plan collaboratively with surrounding governments for development that is beneficial and compatible with surrounding ACIs and rural recreational and agricultural areas. That's what I was thinking of. Okay. Anything else you guys want to add to that one?
No.
Okay. Number 2, the proposed roads and bridges are designed and constructed according to section 402 of the subdivision ordinance. Design deviation was not requested and was not granted to equal or exceed these standards.
And we don't need any of that subcategories.
Correct. And I would say that they are designed and constructed in accordance with 402. 402 references Kyle's manual that has some weird
Road and
acronym,
bridge manual.
and it references city building inside this ACI or something like that and using their standards.
Yes, so the Kyle Burmester, Public Works Director, our highway standards and development procedures in 2100.010, when any construction of a new roadway or modification to an existing roadway occurs within the area of city impact, the road and bridge department may apply the standards and specifications of the city. And this does meet all of that criteria, so we're letting them go with the city standards because of that will be in it.
So you got R was, and it meets the standards of.
Was not.
Was not,
It
sorry.
was not.
Was not, deviation was not, requested was not granted. And it meets the requirements of 2100.110 of the road and bridge standards on construction and design.
Do we need to touch on the right-of-way deviation noted in the staff report though? Page 175.
Oh, I missed that. There was a deviation requested.
They're deviating from the county's 60 feet to 50.
To
Would that
55.
still
Yes,
fall
that's-
under your
Yes,
2100.010?
which is the city standard for the roadway.
Okay,
So that's the
Okay.
deviation is from city, from highway to the city, to meet the city.
okay. Thank you.
So it still was not requested, right? Because we still follow
Correct.
the other one.
It still met this criteria.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing some homework, Kyle.
Okay. Sorry.
Really quick, will you tell me where objective 1.3 is in the staff report so I can copy and paste it instead of typing?
Yes, I will tell you. It is,
It was in the rezone one, right?
page 138.
Okay.
Okay, so now we can skip and 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5.
Yep, we can skip I through B.
5.
Okay. Oh, they're all my papers messed up.
Would you like me to read number 2?
Yes,
Section
please.
402 references Bannock County Road and Bridge Manual, section 2100.110, which allows developments to use city standards when located within the area of city impact.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
My papers are messed up.
3's easy.
Okay, number 3. The proposed partitioning of the land does not prohibit the extension of dedicated streets or roads. It connects to
It connects to
dedicated streets and roads. Jinx.
Without deviations.
Been around my kids too long. There's jinx in my house all the time. Okay. Number 4. Yeah. The proposed partitioning will not conflict with legally established easements or access within or adjacent to the proposed land partition. Again, it's connecting to established easements and access adjacent to from previous phases.
We can copy that one probably for the next one too.
The blocks of lots are located and laid out to properly relate to adjoining or nearby lot or parcel lines, utilities, streets, and other existing or planned facilities. Yeah, it's laid out to properly relate. It's laid out similar to the adjoining parcels and conforms to the overall master plan. And then number 6?
Six. 5.
I thought we.
No, we just did 5.
We did it, okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
4 and 5.
okay.
Number 6, the proposed property is physically suitable for the type and proposed density of development and does conform to existing zone standards. And I was trying to find my paper, but at least you mentioned that it conforms with the RS? Yeah, RS zone standard for density and design, or
Correct.
I can't remember what you said. Something similar to that though.
The residential suburban zoning district allows this density of development when connecting to city services.
Perfect. You read my mind.
I know.
Okay.
Conditions.
And with the following conditions.
So it's page 169 is the conditions.
Do you need us to read them for the record, or right now, or during
I
the
would say
motion?
just during the motion.
Okay. So we're gonna include
1 through 10.
1 through 10. Conditions 1 through 10.
I'll leave mine up so I can read them.
Okay. Any other discussion, comments?
No. Easy one, I think.
Okay. Ready for a motion then?
We'll put this on Crystal.
All motion, okay. Based on the record and the discussion this evening, I move to approve the request for Westfield Estates Division 6 concept plan as described in the application materials, as supplemented with additional information attached in the staff report and according to testimony received, and to adopt the proposed findings and order for signature by the chair or vice chair, with the following conditions of approval
1, provide written comments regarding the road design from the city of Chubbuck with preliminary plat submittal. In the absence of comment, provide evidence of attempt to contact them at least twice. Number 2, all existing structures shall meet setback requirements of instrument number 221275540. Setback measurements shall be depicted on the preliminary plat. Number 3, 60-foot strip on the west side of the subdivision to be labeled as right-of-way on all subsequent plats. Number 4, provide location of central mailboxes on the preliminary plat and final plat. Number 5, provide location of school bus stops on the preliminary plat and final plat. Number 6, all subsequent plats shall state lot 4, block 4, and lot 6, block 3 shall be restricted to only have access from Yorkshire Lane. Lot 6 and lot 7, block 4 are restricted from access off of Rio Vista Road. Number 7, include the proposed stormwater detention retention methods and measures adequate for controlling post-development stormwater runoff on the preliminary plat. Number 8, all subsequent plats shall state the subdivision is in area of concern for ethylene dibromide, EDB groundwater contamination. Number 9, all sidewalks within the right-of-way shall be the HOA's responsibility while located within the county. CC&Rs shall state so. And number 10, 10-foot public utility easement to be extended within lot 6 and 7 along Rio Vista Road.
Okay, there's a motion. We have a motion, do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Molly Dimmitt,
Yes.
Edward Orridge,
Yes.
Stuart Ward,
Yes.
Chad Selenite,
Yes.
Crystal Mattson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay. Thanks for waiting, guys.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Okay.
Back to what, what was it, 270 what?
266 is our next one. For 67, yeah.
Number 8, ordinance change.
Okay. Agenda item number 8. Ordinance change, zoning ordinance text amendment. Bannock County proposes textual changes to 471.1 substandard lots in accordance with Idaho code. And this is a recommendation to county commissioners. Matt.
So are all we changing is the date? The recommendation is the date change.
Yes.
Why?
So we amended 471-1 in June 2022. And when we did that, we realized we actually took development rights away because the original standard lot parcel was a non-standard lot definition, which was anything that had a record of survey between those dates. So by removing the July 9th, 1984 date and placing April 1st, 2015 date, anything that had a record of survey between July 9th, 1984 and April 1st, 2015 was originally a standard lot within the old verbiage of the ordinance, and we took that away by rewriting it incorrectly. So this is really just fixing what we thought was correct originally.
Wait, explain that to me again? Because the April 1st, 2015 date was added around mid-2015.
It was, but one of the other, so we thought that that date was safe. That's why we used that date when we rewrote this section of the ordinance. But one of the other criteria that could be met is a record of survey was recorded. And if the record of survey was recorded, it automatically gave it a development right, whether it went through our office or not. So all of those that chose to use that as an option, by using the April 2015 date, anybody that used the record of survey before that, it took their development rights away by not using the correct date in the current ordinance.
Okay, I think I follow. So I guess I look at it as, and maybe there's scenarios that don't follow this, but I look at it as number 2 and number 3 are essentially the same thing. Because you have legal descriptions that existed as of July 9th of 1984, and if there was any parcel or parcels that existed at that time, a record of survey, so they meet both criteria, and that's why I feel like
They would meet, those would
it's
meet those
duplicated.
criteria, but there are some that don't meet any of the criteria, but they would have met the criteria in the old verbiage of the ordinance. So they were compliant before we changed it, and then we removed their compliance
By changing the date.
by
right?
changing that date.
The June 14th date.
Or April, the
No,
April
the,
1st.
by using the April 1st, 2015 date.
So that dead
to
zone in
define-
between those, what, 35, 40 years or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot
So
of
there,
people
okay,
who
so there was
used-
a parcel split by record of survey only,
Correct.
that's what you're saying, then
Yes.
it wouldn't have, or it would have lost its development right the way it is currently written.
Correct.
I'm following now, okay, just have to dumb it down a little bit. Okay.
This is just a
Recommendation.
recommendation, so do we,
Simple motion.
a simple motion to approve?
To recommend
Or
approval.
to recommend to the commission.
Okay.
Recommend approval.
Alright.
Before you do that, can I quickly offer a suggestion going forward for some of these types of things? Is it still possible to get some sort of a simple staff report explaining
Yeah.
why
Yeah,
these
we can do
changes?
that.
Just so that I don't.
So if the commissioners ask,
So I
what
don't
is this
question you
about?
too much in these meetings?
Yeah,
You know
I
what I
can do
mean?
that.
Please, thank you. And it helps me understand.
Questions were-
What? I do like asking questions. No, you don't. I just, good or bad, I like to ask questions. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, we're good. So we just do a simple,
Yeah.
Roll call vote?
Well, you gotta make the
Roll call.
motion. You gotta make the motion
I
first.
make a motion to approve, to recommend to the county commissioners the change of date from April 1st of 2015 to July 9th of 1984 for the lot parcel record survey record.
Second.
Alright?
Is that clear enough motion?
Yep,
Okay,
that's perfect.
okay, and we have a second? Yep. Roll call.
Molly Dimmick,
Yes.
Edward Orange,
Yes.
Stuart Ward,
Yes,
Chad Selenite,
Yes.
Crystal Massey.
Yes.
motion passes. Okay. Oh, I totally screwed up the whole public hearing thing, sorry. Do we need to do that over again? Because we didn't I didn't even ask for a public hearing.
Do you guys wanna
Public
comment on that?
Yeah, we might should, just to be safe.
I just realized that as I grabbed my agenda.
Do I need to make the motion again?
We'll
We'll
have
go
to.
through
Okay,
public
let's do this
hearing.
again, okay.
Okay, so
Do you have any comment?
do we have any public comment on agenda item number 8, ordinance text change? None. Okay, or do we need to do the
I
motion
would
again?
redo the motion and vote.
Okay,
Okay,
I make a motion to recommend the textual change to 471.1 standard lot parcels. Number 3, that the lot parcels had a record of survey recorded between July 9th, 1984 and June 14th, 2022 versus the original text that said April 1st, 2015.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second, roll call please.
Molly Dimon,
Yes.
Edward Aldrich,
Yes.
Stuart Ward,
Yes.
Chad Zelliner,
Yes.
Crystal Massey.
Yes.
Okay. Now the motion passes. Okay, agenda item number 9, ordinance adoption. Agricultural Protection Area Ordinance. This is a new ordinance. Bannock County proposes to adopt a new agricultural protection area ordinance in accordance with Idaho Code. Staff.
Okay, Tristan Borquin, Assistant Planning Director. So we have this new ordinance before you. In July, the Idaho legislature adopted a new code stating that all counties were required to create an agricultural protection area ordinance to allow property owners to opt in to this agricultural protection area for their parcels. The Idaho code section designates how many acres it has to contain in order to request the protection. It has to be in an agricultural protection area overlay zone, which is what we will hear in the next item. And there is an agricultural protection area commission that the Bannock County Commissioners have to create as part of this. So for this item, we are just looking to adopt this new ordinance. There are several counties in Idaho that have been working on this ordinance over the last 6 months. We all have a email thread that we can help figure out how to move through this process together. So we've drafted this ordinance based on some of those suggestions of other Idaho counties. Everything in there is pretty cut and dry with what Idaho code is requiring, so we're meeting the basic minimum requirements of Idaho code by placing this into effect. We have decided, instead of creating a separate ordinance, to just put it into our current zoning ordinance, so it would be entered in as section 461 of the Bannock County zoning ordinance.
And we're adding definitions to section 200.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Is this the same text that we saw a few months ago? Or was there, didn't you send us text about this a couple months ago when we were gonna?
I think it's just a heads up about it.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
it was
it was.
just a heads up.
Yeah, this is the first text I remember ever
Okay.
reading.
Maybe I'm thinking of the
Yeah.
actual, the legislation thing that I looked up. Okay.
And when do we anticipate that the APA commission will be created?
The commissioners are interviewing applicants tomorrow.
They got applicants.
They did.
Yeah, I heard they had one for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It took a little bit, but we actually did get a handful, so.
Yeah.
So this is essentially a zone.
It's an overlay.
It's an overlay on the future land use map.
But okay.
So
It's an over, but yeah. I see it as a zone because there's restrictions because of the overlay, right? If they opt in, then there's certain restrictions based on this.
Correct.
And
Based on this
protections for
ordinance.
20 years.
Yeah,
Completely voluntary of the landowner.
right.
As just for my own mind, what is the purpose of this?
It says in J.
It
Unless-
came,
Tells
it
us
came
in
from
J.
the legislature through the agricultural lobby. There's
And-
enough growth in the state, I believe, Chad, that the agricultural lobby recognizes that. Ag land is disappearing, shall we say,
Quickly.
quicker than most people realize. And so that was the action behind it. And then
Number 2 kind of gives you an idea of,
I read through this, but there was a lot, and I was like,
yeah.
uh,
I think that's, I can't anticipate what the driver is, but it puts it into,
well, I get the protection.
For 20 years,
I mean,
but-
it's not for us to do, we have to do it,
Yeah.
right, because of the state requirement.
That's correct.
All counties have to be in here, I just didn't.
the direction was that we were supposed to have this in place by January 1. But it was, we were waiting for the state to provide us at least a template or a
Just some
general
guidelines,
idea.
basically, yeah.
The general idea and the guideline, Tristan actually had this written prior to the guideline coming out in December.
So,
Gotcha.
So this is an overlay on the future land use map, not on the zoning map.
Correct.
So, based on this, the people that we just heard, right, the Caspersons, you know, they've got 1,500 acres down in Lava that they could do this, but only in the areas that are currently designated as ag in the future land use map, not in the current zone.
Only,
Correct.
yeah, designated as ag protection overlay, not
Right.
necessarily zone, but the ag protection overlay.
Yeah,
Are there
and
limitations to where that can be?
Yes. Yeah, so you'll see that in item 10. But essentially where we have that overlay zone right now is everywhere in the county except inside areas of city impact.
oh, so it's like a blanket.
so
Okay.
for the purpose of what we're doing tonight, all we're doing is
Is the text.
voting to adopt the text that our legislature has given us.
Correct.
Okay, so.
And it's another recommendation.
Yep, okay, so we can move through that and then we'll look at the map, right?
Yeah. Okay. Any comments or questions on text?
Any public comment?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? No? Okay, thank you. I'm in a hurry to get out of here, obviously. The crowd is gone and I feel like the meeting should be over. So, okay,
Yes, I do have one question, if it's not too late.
go ahead.
Would it be possible to keep the draft ordinance in draft form until that APA commission is able to get together to review it?
I think that would be up to commissioners, correct?
Yeah, so
Okay.
the way the code is written is that the adoption of the ordinance comes at the same time that the APA
Oh.
commission comes.
Okay.
So when you make your recommendation to commission, they will hear this, the future land use overlay, and make a resolution to create the APA commission
Okay.
all at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
Just need a motion,
Just a motion.
made up motion.
Motion for recommendation to the commissioners. And I can't make the motion, or
Well, I would like to make a motion for recommendation to the commissioners for, I guess, to adopt, right?
Ordinance adoption.
Ordinance adoption for
Section
the
461 agricultural protection.
section 461
area.
agricultural protection area. That's it, right?
Yep.
I'll second that.
do we need to add the definitions to that as well, or does that matter?
Yeah, you might add section
Add
200.
And
add
include the
additional
definitions
definitions for section 200.
for section 200. Include the definitions for section 200.
Okay,
Second it again?
Second that.
okay, we got a motion and a second, roll call please.
Molly Dumick,
Yes.
Edward Elrich,
Yes.
Stuart Ward,
Yes.
Chad Stoney,
Yes.
Crystal Mattson.
Yes.
Okay. Agenda item number 10, future land use map. This is where we look at what is actually covered by that overlay.
Correct. Yeah, so you can see in the legend of the future land use map, we have the agricultural protection overlay in all areas of the county except areas of city impact and city limits.
Okay. So, okay, I see that now, so it's not just certain zones, because it is just an overlay.
Yes, and the ordinance designates as long as it meets those criteria, being 5 contiguous acres dedicated to agriculture or forest, then the zone doesn't necessarily matter, they can still opt into it.
Okay.
So we
Pretty
need
straightforward.
to recommend to the commissioners to adopt the map.
Yep.
See, just for conversations, purpose, like you look at the Casperson's land, they will not be in
Protected area.
APA area.
Cause they're inside the ACI.
Yeah, they'd be,
So-
this would be here, they're like right in here. And so this is basically all Forest Service, which some of this doesn't make sense, cause a lot of it's Forest Service or BLM.
Which I think is
All the gray,
white stuff.
yeah,
Yeah,
is outside of our purview to give that overlay zone,
Just
so.
for personal, I'm really surprised. This is so predominantly rec, for your rec over there.
yeah.
Person's Christ.
So they're outside the ACI, just barely though.
Yeah, so this is, well, this would be Lava City limits, right, so.
Yeah, but
or
the
area
hatched
of
area is
impact,
area of
area of impact, and this is the highway, so they'd be real close right here.
Yeah.
Be real close.
So, question, if the ACI changes, does the overlay map change?
Yes.
Automatically?
I don't know if it's automatic, I'm guessing the commissioners would have to do a resolution to adjust it.
Okay.
And so council knows, we have a mandate as well from legislature to renegotiate all areas of city impact by December 31st, 2025.
And this map is just a general, right, when it's showing other areas of future land use minus this gives us a basic overview of the APA, basically.
Correct.
Yeah, that's right. So these are, nothing's exact, or at least on this map that I'm looking at, right? So, okay. That's it for me.
Perfect. Okay,
Another motion.
another motion.
Well, we got a comment first. Public comment in the corner.
We haven't done public yet on this one?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
For some reason I thought we did.
We're
Okay,
almost
sorry.
there.
Public comment.
Would it be possible to get it overlaid, put it on the big screen?
Can you bring this map
Do you
up?
have
What
the
you're looking
packet
at?
open? It's in the packet.
Page 273.
APO, not the APA.
It is APA.
Well, on this map, it's the
Yeah.
overlay, so it's an O.
That's fair,
Sorry.
that's true. APA.
APA would be what a person files for, but it has to be in the APO.
273.
All of the acronyms.
I think it's,
There we
I
go.
don't think last year, stay away from the other two people.
Well, same here, but yeah, so, especially this time of year, it's not as bad, but summertime. Okay, no thanks.
So anything that you don't see colored, Doug, that's gray, is either a city or land that is owned by BLM, the United States government, Forest Service, etc., which we don't have jurisdiction over.
I was gonna bring some, Kyle mentioned the reservation, so any 5-acre parcels on the res are not included in this either?
Correct.
That are, even though they're fee parcels?
It's still an issue to be resolved.
Yeah, for the purposes of this,
Okay.
that is
Just-
correct.
Okay, just wanna make sure. Okay. Okay. Any other comments or questions from the audience? Okay, now we're ready for motion. You ready for it?
This is a recommendation, so I motion to give a recommendation to the county commissioners on the future land use map containing the agricultural protection overlay.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second? A second? Okay, roll call please.
Molly Given,
Yes.
Edward Orr,
Yes.
Stuart Ward,
Yes.
Chad Siller,
Yes.
Crystal Matson. Yes.
Okay,
All right, I got the next one.
Close.
we gotta close the public hearing.
Closing the public, okay, I motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Okay, now business items. Now I'll turn the time over to you.
Yep. Business item number 11. We got a preliminary plat approval for the Reynolds Acres
Wanna go down there?
Kaiser
Scheibenflug?
Scheibenflug requests a preliminary plat approval for a tax parcel, RPRL1 LIS 0000200 in accordance with procedures and standards established in the subdivision and zoning ordinance. This is a decision. So, let's see here. Are you presenting?
I will be presenting
Okay.
on the next two if you need me to present.
Yep. Because this is a business item,
It is up to you if you open it up for
for him,
for
the
him.
applicant to at least, okay, I would like you to come up and tell us what we're doing here, Stuart.
Gladly, since I haven't talked enough tonight.
Okay. I'm gonna set you up some time here.
Go ahead. Stuart Ward, Dioscora, 4880 Cloverdale and Chubbuck, representing the applicant. This is essentially a lot split of an existing lot within the Lily Sioux subdivision down in Income. The current owner wanted to split it to create another buildable lot. And he is here tonight if you have any questions for him. But essentially we split it so that it's very similar lot sizes, and the existing house and septic will remain on lot 2B and lot 2A. With the existing shop will potentially have a future home built on it at some point. He has talked with the HOA of Lily Sioux subdivision and has permission from them to do this for their CCNRs, and has approval to use their CCNRs as part of this lot split. So, other than that, all the existing utility easements or other easements remain in place as part of the Lily Sioux subdivision, and setbacks of existing structures meet zoning ordinance. Any questions?
Did you look at the recommendations from staff? And did you have any issues with those? CCNR shall reference the new subdivision name. And then updated note number 9 by listing all of the easements and restrictions for the subdivision separately.
Oh, yeah. Those are the only ones?
Those are the only two?
Yeah, only
Yeah.
two. Looks like it's called Reynolds Acres. I remember this because it was in the minutes that we approved.
That's right.
Yeah, and we had the
Yeah.
HOA here.
So the original developer was here and he
Yeah.
protested it
Yeah.
because that wasn't the subdivision. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have any concerns with those conditions, no.
Okay. You guys have any other questions for Stuart?
No, I don't.
And so really what we're doing tonight is, the preliminary plat. Really, there's really not much of a preliminary plat other than this is where the lot line split is. There is a secondary access. Is that a concern of Road and Bridge to have a secondary access?
Public Works Director, no, we looked it over and that's already got an existing built to standard.
Okay. I noticed that shop next door already had a driveway there, so, okay. Just hypothetical, if it didn't have a shop there and had a single driveway, would that become an issue?
No, because it's not it's on a local,
Not a major collector or
yeah,
anything?
it's on a
Okay.
local, low volume road, so it'd still be okay.
And if they were to build a house, that would probably be a requirement anyways, to
Yeah.
build a new driveway, right?
Yep.
Did this, there used to be a little jut out, a little goofy thing that was trying to catch that other
There
little
is-
parcel.
There is still.
Well, that's a big one, but that used to be kind of a little different. Maybe I just remember wrong. I just, out of curiosity. It's like a change from last time.
On the backside,
Yeah.
I think it's the same job, if I remember right.
Yeah, I'm not
I don't think we changed the acre sizes at all.
Yeah, gotcha. Maybe I just asked a question about it, was all. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay. I think we're done with Stuart. Do we need to have anything from the staff?
Not unless you guys have questions.
Okay. The meaning of this is a business item. This is just a vote on this, correct?
There are findings that you have to go
Oh,
through.
yeah, okay. I gotta get down, a little further down. All right,
And I have one quick question on the staff report.
go ahead.
Yes.
Number one, staff findings on page 280. It says the number of lots have not increased from concept approval. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
So did the concept approval have this as more than one lot?
So this was one lot, it is one lot in a subdivision currently. They're proposing to split it into 2 lots and the concept looked the same as this, other than they have added more detail such as setbacks for the structures. The lines and the acreage remains the same from proposal of concept.
Okay.
Did you find him?
Yep.
310.
Getting down there to. Sorry, I'm going through CCNRs here. I'm still ways out. Alright,
I took the wrong thing.
there we go. Findings. Alright, we'll work through these real quick. The preliminary plat is in conformity with Bannock County Planning and Development Council's approved concept plan, all applicable provisions to the Bannock County subdivision ordinance, other county codes and ordinances and Idaho law. This lot split is within a current subdivision. And we are not changing any of that subdivision.
And approved on concept. That hasn't changed from that, really, has it? Nope.
Okay. You ready?
Yep.
All right, the street plan for the proposed subdivision will permit its development in accordance with the Bannock County subdivision ordinance. We are making no changes to the street plan
Yeah, existing roadways.
or existing roadways, yep. Number 3 is the street plan for the proposed subdivision will permit the development of adjoining land by providing access to that land by right of way dedicated to the county or developed street to the property boundary. We are not changing any street or roadway design.
Pretty much paced from
Yep.
2.
From the other one, yep.
Okay.
Lot lines and roads do relate to land shapes and existing development. And you can paste that again, we're not changing any of the existing development.
Okay.
And the conditions are conditions 1 and 2 on page 276 that we've discussed already, and we'll read those when we do a motion.
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes. Unless you guys have something to add,
Anybody?
we're not trying to leave you out.
Anybody have the findings, not the findings, but the,
Yes.
I'll read the motion.
The conditions?
Yeah, the
I'll get these up for Molly to read. Does that sound right, Molly?
Sure.
I can get into it without coughing.
Make the motion.
There's still mints here if you want one. All right, we've got those.
Okay, based on the record and discussion this evening, I move to approve the request for the preliminary plat of Reynolds Acres as described in the application materials as supplemented with additional information attached in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings and order for signature by the chair or vice chair. With the following conditions of approval.
1, CCNR shall reference new subdivision name. 2, update note 9 by listing out all easements and restrictions for the subdivision separately.
All right, got a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Crystal seconds that motion. We need a roll call vote on that one.
Molly Demick,
Yes.
Edward Orange,
Yes.
Chad Sarnack,
Yes.
Crystal Maxon.
Yes.
Passes with a 4-0 vote. Turkey Hollow in the midst of Coyote Hollow.
Yeah, I only have to remember the road name, not all these names.
I would have named it something more Idaho-ish. Fair Hollow or something. All right, ready? All right, next one is agenda item number 12. So to number 12 is preliminary plat approval for Turkey Hollow subdivision. Stuart Ward request preliminary plat approval for tax parcels RPRRCHS 0000600 and RPRRCHS 0000700 in accordance with the procedures and standards established in the subdivision and zoning ordinances. This is a decision. So go ahead, Stuart, tell us what we're doing here.
Okay, Stuart Ward, Diopter 4880 Cloverdale in Chubbuck, representing the applicant. This is a lot line adjustment. Currently, it's lots 6 and 7 in Coyote Hollow. The developer owns both lots and wants to adjust the line between them to give his home more property and the other lot a little bit less. Gives him a little bit more buffer between some improvements that he has along that current line. And open space has already been designated on the original subdivision, and affidavits. Other than that, everything is the exact same as the concept plan that was approved a few months ago. No changes to roads, easements, anything like that. Any questions?
None for me.
None for me.
Perfect.
Alright, any comments from the staff?
Elise Foster, subdivision planner, there were 3 proposed conditions that we recommended.
Okay. Get back to them real quick. Three conditions.
Correct.
Depict the 20-foot buffer area as indicated on instrument 21903300. Number 2 is the plat shall state all lots are subject to a 5-foot public utility easement along the lot lines. And 3 is CCNRs shall reference new subdivision name.
Can I ask a question on those conditions?
Yep.
So the buffer that's shown on the east line was put on that subdivision because of we didn't show it here because at the time when Coyote Hollow Phase 1 was put in, it was a buffer between this zone and the zone at the time next to it. But now it's all the same zone, so that buffer is not needed. Can we remove that?
If that was the purpose, they'd be vacating these.
Was that from phase 1 to phase 2, and that why the buffer was there?
No, well, it was phase 1 in whenever we did it, 2016. Where phase 2 is now was zoned ag, or I think zoned ag, something. And the ordinance states a 20-foot buffer between residential use and ag zone, or residential zone and ag zone. And then since then, they have rezoned everything east of this that they owned to the same zone as phase 1, so that buffer is no longer needed.
So you're okay with, staff's
Absolutely.
okay with us removing
Yes.
number 2? Okay.
That would
so
be number 1.
Number 1, sorry.
What was number 2?
Number 2 was the plat shall state all lots are subject to the 5-foot public utility easement along all lot lines.
Which that statement is currently on
Is that on
Coyote
phase
Hollow.
1? Okay.
Yes.
And then the third one was the CCNR shall reference new subdivision name.
Okay. I have no problem with 2 and 3.
Okay. All right, so any other questions for Stuart or
No.
staff?
No.
Okay, so we need a motion.
You need findings.
Oh, findings, sorry. Yep, I gotta get, thanks. Hold on, let me write down my page here.
399. Page 399.
339 has our conditions. And 399 has our findings. Sorry, when I get hungry for things other than mints, my brain goes. All right, so first one, the preliminary plat is in conformance with the Bannock County Planning and Development Council's approved concept plan. All applicable provisions of the Bannock County subdivision ordinance and other county codes and ordinances and Idaho code. Can we copy number 1 from the last one and put it in there?
Yeah.
Cause it's the same.
Yeah.
And go back and forth because we're gonna probably copy more than those.
Mhm.
And as I recall, it was more or less, we're not changing any of the,
Yeah, no
any of the
existing
original
roadways.
plat. We are doing nothing but moving a property line.
So on the first one, you talked about lot split. This one, lot line adjustment.
lot
Division.
adjustment.
Yep,
Yep.
that, there's the only
Okay.
change, nothing
Perfect.
is changing within the set, okay. Number 2, the street plan for the proposed subdivision will permit its development in accordance with the Bannock County subdivision ordinance. We are not changing anything on the existing street plan.
Just a property line shift, basically, that's all it is.
Give me a nod when you want me to go to 3. All right, the street plan for the proposed subdivision will permit the development of adjoining land by providing access to that land by right-of-way depicted to the county or a developed street to the property boundary. We are not changing any of the street plan, and it is currently existing from the existing subdivision.
You got it.
Number 4, lot lines and roads do relate to land shapes and existing development. We are making a lot line adjustment between lots. We have those 2 lot numbers,
Has the parcel numbers, but not lots.
and in all actuality, the lot line adjustment does conform more to the land shape and the hillside. It follows the contour line almost exactly, does it not? Okay,
Yes,
do we need
this-
to,
This allows for the terrain to have the line follow that terrain.
follow, okay, can we just put that then? So, this lot line adjustment allows the property line to follow the terrain between the 2 lines.
Follow the contour line.
Contour line, sorry. And then we had the two conditions, 2 and 3 in the conditions. We'll read those when we do the motion.
Ready for a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the record and discussion this evening, I move to approve the request for the preliminary plat of Turkey Hollow subdivision as described in the application materials as supplemented with the additional information attached in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings and order for signature by the chair or vice chair, with the following conditions of approval, 2 and 3. What are they?
Right here, we'll read them here. All right.
Sorry, I should have been on it.
2, plat shall state all lots are subject to a 5-foot public utility easement along all lot lines.
Call that one, sorry.
Sorry, 1.
Yep.
And 2, CCNR shall reference new subdivision name.
Need a second? I got a motion, need a second?
Second it?
Motion has been made by Crystal and seconded by Chad. We need a roll call vote.
Molly Demick,
Yes.
Edward Orange,
Yes.
Chad Solomon,
Yes.
Crystal Maxon.
Yes.
Passes with a 4-0 vote for the preliminary plat approval. All right. So I move to close the business item. Turn it over to the staff for items of interest. Or you can now, sir.
For updates on recommendations to commissioners, we only have one item that you guys have recently sent a recommendation to commission on, and that was the transfer of development rights from the November meeting. And commission approved that transfer of development rights. For the discussion of upcoming hearing items next month, currently the only thing we have is hopefully the comprehensive plan. We don't have any other items that have been submitted yet, however, we still have a few days before the deadline, so there could be additional items added. And then as far as announcements go, we have a couple of items. The commissioners are no longer allowing gifting of minutes during public hearings, and they would like council to do the same. Tonight's agenda and tomorrow's agenda have already been posted to allow the gifting of minutes, so tomorrow's meeting will be the last meeting where we will offer
Are
that.
you sure they can't? Tonight's meeting was the only meeting. Okay.
Yeah, so effective after tomorrow, that will be the new policy
So I
moving
said
forward.
no gifting of minutes.
Count down what that means.
So when there are public items for public testimony, if you don't want to speak, you can say, I want to give my 3 minutes to Hal, and then Hal has 6 minutes. And so now he can speak for a
Some
longer
people
period of
have
time.
30 people would say I'm giving my minutes to this attorney for 90 minutes to
Yes.
chat with us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So we're removing that ability.
So this is
Brand new.
different text.
Yeah,
than
so I
what-
typed that up
noticed
today in preparation to amend the agenda, and then legal counsel said, don't attempt amending the agenda, move forward with the next 2 meetings as is, and then moving forward. So
having a
for
chat with
tomorrow,
Brian.
Ed, it's actually not Brian any longer.
It's not?
No,
I can't harass that guy
he
anymore.
went to the city of Pocatello, his last day was Friday.
So who's our new guy?
His name is John Radford. He's been in the department
Oh.
for, I don't know how long.
Quite a
For
few
a
years.
while. Yeah, so
Okay.
And
he's good.
Very good.
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay.
Do people have to be present at the meeting to gift the minutes?
Yes. Yep, they would have to sign up for a testimony sheet and then on there specify that they're giving minutes to somebody else. So for tomorrow's meeting, Elise and I will be tallying on this sheets. This person has 15 minutes, this person has 9 minutes based on what people are giving.
Okay.
Does it still go through the back door to
Yes,
get in?
so that was my other announcement. So for tomorrow, Chubbuck City Hall, their chambers is set up where they actually have a back entrance for their council members. And there's bathrooms back there. There's a break room back there, so we don't have to go out into the public, into the hallways to go to the bathroom and get bombarded when you guys decide to take breaks. So for
Request that
tomorrow
on the
night.
way in.
Yeah,
Park on the north side. and come
yeah,
in the
so
north-
park on the
Okay.
north side, we'll have the door propped open. I will also just email everybody my phone number in case it's not propped open, and then you can call or text me, so.
That is at 5:15, too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have there been any changes at all in the paperwork since the last meeting? Like, no changes to the packet?
I
had
think
it
there
printed out.
Was
there's
some
been
things.
additional public testimony, I think a few additional people submitted letters, otherwise,
So big, I couldn't tell.
overall, it's about the same.
There's a whole bunch of chain letters if you haven't read it yet.
Yeah.
There was only
20,
Only
29.
one additional,
I've read the whole thing before, and I read it again, but I
yeah,
can't
so
tell the
it's not
difference.
gonna be one testimony in addition to what you've already read. We will have printed packets for tomorrow,
But there will be public testimony too.
yes.
And you'll make sure that those ones that have already submitted are not.
Are
gonna
not
be able to.
included, correct, and they will not be able to gift minutes either if they've already submitted a letter.
Perfect. Perfect.
Can they read their letter though? into
They
the-
could read their letter if they want to. Yes,
So when I read this tomorrow, I just need to make sure I leave that piece out.
just, yep, or you'll cause a riot.
So, question,
Yes,
the time limit, the presentation time limit says 6 minutes, but we can change that
you can change
if we
that,
need to.
yes. You
Like-
can change any of the time limits. There's nothing in your bylaws or in the ordinance that actually states what the time limits have to be. If you choose to change the time limits, you have to change them at the beginning of the meeting, and they have to apply to every public hearing for that night.
Right.
But there's only one hearing tomorrow night,
Correct.
so it's up to me if I wanna give my
It's up to the
materials.
council,
It's up to council.
not just you. And-
I'm asking here. Maybe Chad doesn't wanna give him an extra minute or two.
But yes, you could give the applicant more time, you could
And do I
give,
just bring that to the council's attention to say,
yes.
before we start, do we want to discuss giving the applicant more time, or is that
Mhm.
gonna cause a riot too?
So,
Okay.
that is legally allowed.
Okay.
So I would say you're within your rights to have that discussion.
Okay.
If you choose to have that discussion, I would probably during our agenda clarification and approval, just request to amend the agenda to discuss.
Have they requested more than 6 minutes? Cause I'm not gonna do it unless I don't think they'll
There
ever
was
request.
some conversation about it, but I don't think there was ever,
Cause looking
an
at their new
official
packet, it's
request.
far more in-depth than the last one was.
it is.
Okay.
And the last packet, 6 minutes wasn't sufficient time with that packet.
It also wasn't sufficient time when it came to rebuttal time.
Well, that was my next question. We've never
Never done
timed
that.
rebuttal.
Yeah,
But I
rebuttal, we
noticed,
never
I
timed.
noticed it's on here now. And we've never done that in the past.
Yeah, it was on the old one. I copied and pasted it, Stuart, it had to be on there.
Wade,
I'm pretty sure I have a picture of it somewhere.
Wade would always read, when he was chair, he would always read that rebuttal was given a time.
Okay.
Just an FYI,
Okay.
not to beat up on you.
But very rarely does.
I don't,
Wait, you
I guess
could
I don't,
change it.
I don't remember ever having a rebuttal, and I can tell you the county's the only place that has a time limit on rebuttal. Most of the other jurisdictions have a time limit on presentation. Chubbuck does not have a time limit on testimony, and I know they don't have a time limit on rebuttal. Pocatello has a time limit on presentation and testimony, but not a time limit on rebuttal. And I personally think on many applications, especially things like tomorrow night, timing a rebuttal is not,
Especially considering.
is not acceptable to the applicant.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So
When
I
you
would,
have
I would
3
personally
hours
take
of
it out.
testimony and 6 minutes of rebuttal,
Right.
it's hard to address everything that people bring up.
So I would
I
just,
can adjust both those times.
You can adjust any of them.
you can even adjust the testimony time.
I don't wanna adjust the testimony time.
The council, yeah.
The council can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about, I'm gonna make a request, but
Yeah,
I don't
I'm just,
necessarily want to adjust the time on the testimony. We've seen that get crazy before with the continued minutes.
Yeah,
And unfortunately, tomorrow we're gonna give 10 minutes, right?
we are.
Okay.
how many minutes?
3.
3.
But if 10 people give it all to grandma, she's gonna get it
Yeah.
for 30 minutes and use it. Okay. Are we anticipating a big crowd like last time? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Just a quick question, because I think 3 of us are new since this was first on the table. Does the staff see it as our responsibility to catch up on the packet from a year ago, or is it okay that we're coming in fresh?
It is a brand new application.
Okay.
And
Because
it
I
needs-
saw some of the public comments say, I encourage the new
it-
council members to get familiar with
Yeah.
last time around, and
Yeah.
But
it's like,
then-
well, spending time in this 400 pages is probably already enough.
Yeah. Yes.
We need to view it as a whole new application, whole new everything.
Correct.
And so, me, being that I've been reading up through, not the past one, but the new one, I keep reminding myself, I can't refer to last time because I don't wanna get us in hot water saying that they're already fixed in a decision
Yeah,
from last
exactly.
time, right?
Yeah, we have nothing to compare to.
No, I'll screw up and I'll say something like that.
They'll catch it for you.
Oh, they'll do. Yeah, I'm sure they will. Okay. All right. That's
That's it. No citizens for citizen comment? We still wanna do a work session?
Yes.
Okay.
Just quick. So I emailed you the new comprehensive plan. You guys have already done a work session for the comprehensive plan.
It was more of a language thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, so after looking more at Idaho code and realizing we needed a little bit more analysis in the comprehensive plan, we went through and we updated each chapter to have a where we currently are and where we wanna be before we actually state what our goals are to get there. So those are really the major changes from the last time you saw it. I don't think we really need to go through and do a full discussion unless you want to, but I would just say we're trying to get it to public hearing by next month. So if you see anything that you want to make comment on before the public hearing, I would just send an email to Hal and myself in the next 2 weeks.
And all the comments that are in that PDF, those are, like, currently it's a living document, right? But there's comments in there that come from, I think, Jeff Huff and, or maybe, I don't know.
Emma Iannacone,
Yeah,
and then staff is Tristan and myself,
yeah.
B and Z staff.
Yeah, so those are
So
our
those are,
edits.
you guys are just going through and
Mhm.
commenting on it, but some of those changes haven't actually been made
They
yet.
haven't been made, yeah. I just sent you our most recent. Emma has had a lot of other stuff she's had to do this week, so she didn't have time to
Those
get to that.
changes would be-
But I wanted to make sure you guys had at least a copy of
Okay.
most of the changes we've made since the last time you saw it.
She will start those edits
That's what they did to me.
on Monday. Is he, are you in that picture?
My house. I'm probably doing something in the yard there. It is a beautiful part of the river though.
Good thing
I
it's far away.
think it's a great picture.
It's a great cover photo.
Terrible fishing, just so you guys know.
Do you know who took that picture? I know who took that
A
picture.
drone?
And
Like
we want
fly out
that
truck?
to be a big
Devin,
meeting too.
Devin Hill.
The director, Trevor.
Real quickly, before you go, knowing that Molly, Chad, Crystal, you've got a little bit of a jaunt to get home tonight. Thank you for your time. Been here 4 hours or more, and we're trying not to have this many items on the agenda, but
Thank you,
We went a long time without a meeting.
without having
Yeah.
December,
Yeah.
Yeah,
January becomes a big meeting, so thank you for your time.
yeah, you bet, thank you.
We'll also let
And then,
her.
that is
Yeah,
all changed.
tomorrow will be
Will be a little more
even
than
later,
I
I
probably.
knew it would
initially
be
thought.
that, I knew it would be that.
Already planning to take Friday off.
Yeah,